I love pitching.
Oh, it did. Okay. I kept going last time.
What position are you looking for? Okay.
Can that be emailed to us?
They just signed like a $300 million It's for high average, high contact, lots of speed.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started this evening. And I think we're live. So good evening. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. As we get started this evening, we have a tradition, and that is opening in prayer. And I've asked our councilman, Jacob Bauer, if he would open us in prayer. Thank you, Jacob. You may have to lift that microphone up.
Let's bow our heads. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for this evening we have together as a city council and community, and we're grateful for the city of Nampa, and we're grateful for the great people that live here. We're grateful to, as a council, to represent this people and to do so in a Christ-like manner. We are grateful for the difficult decisions we have to make, whether they can make some people unhappy and others happy. We do so with the best intentions of our hearts to make the best decisions for the city and try to do it in a way pleasing to our Savior Jesus Christ. And we're grateful for all the blessings you give us, and bless us to keep you in mind in everything we do as a city and in our jobs and in our communities. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jacob, thank you very much. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Brunner.
Here.
Jingula. Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
5 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. So proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments to the agenda?
Mayor, I do.
Yes.
The 16A, authorization of mayor to sign contract with Fireworks America. I voted against this last time, and I think that money could be well used for other programs, so I will not be approving that.
Okay, so do you want us to pull it off and put it on under item 2 and vote it separately, or you just won't support, you will vote negative on the approving the consent agenda?
It's in the consent agenda. I don't have to vote no on the whole thing, and I don't want to.
Okay, then let's pull it out and put it under number 2, and we'll vote for that separately.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That's a good idea.
You are welcome. Okay, the only other change that I would like to make is that we have public hearings starting at 6. We have quite a few signed up for the public forum side. So I'm going to shift our agenda around a little bit. I'm going to ask for the staff report by Rodney Ashby to come after item number 2. And then the other staff reports will probably take place following our public hearings tonight. They'll be pushed back. Other than that, I don't think there are any other changes. So with those two, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda with the changes as noted.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then the consent agenda. I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as noted.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so then we're going to move to number 2, and this is items moved from the consent agenda, and we're going to vote on, this is to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Fireworks America to purchase the fireworks display for the city of Nampa in the amount of $15,000. It was approved in the FY23 budget. Legal did review and approve the agreement. And I appreciate, Victor, Councilman Rodriguez, your comments that you did not approve that in the budget, right? Support that particular,
That's correct, Mayor. Let me explain. It's not that I don't want to give to this great organization, God and Country.
and we're not giving to them.
Oh,
We are not giving the money to God and Country. This contract is with Fireworks of America.
okay.
The city of Nampa is now paying for the actual fireworks because they are the fireworks for the city of Nampa. There are no funds going to God and Country,
okay. So
just to be clear.
I'll need to clarify that, thank you. It's not that I don't think we should be donating to our fantastic event. It's just that I know there's like for the senior citizens in our senior citizens center, there's more seniors wanting to eat, and the cost of the senior center to run it are getting very high. And I think that's more important to me than fireworks. I actually will support and donate to this great program and to the God and Country Festival. Heck, yes, I'll do that every year. But I just think that our budget could be used where it's really needed. So that's my only thing, Mayor.
Right.
I mean, don't take it wrong. I just wish, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your comments. I do want to make sure it's really, really clear that the city, there are no funds going to God and Country because that would be a conflict.
Right.
The city is funding the fireworks since it has become the city's fireworks
Yes.
display. And we did do the research, and this amount is very low compared to our surrounding cities and what they spend for their 4th of
Right.
July fireworks. So that we can't have a citywide fireworks. But I just want to make sure everybody understands it's not going to an organization.
Mayor, can we just have the fireworks at the God and Country and cut out the 2 a.m. fireworks otherwise around the
It's a
city?
nice,
If you could handle that, I'd appreciate that.
wouldn't it be nice if we could? I would love that.
Put that in your motion.
Yes. Okay, so is there a motion?
Mayor Kling, I'm not going to belabor the point. We did discuss this. It is approved in our fiscal year 23 budget. So I'll make the motion to authorize you to sign a contract with Fireworks America in the amount of $15,000 for the fireworks display. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No,
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Summerfield.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
We don't have any proclamations this evening, but we do have, we're going to start with the public forum section with the non-agenda item, because we have a special guest this evening with us. And then we're going to move to our staff report before we move to the agenda public comments. So with that, Melissa Gentry. Melissa is the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club, and you have something fun for us this evening.
I do. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Gentry. I'm with the Boys and Girls Club, and one of my favorite programs every year is our Youth of the Year program. And it's where we have a local competition with our teens to pick one youth to represent Canyon County to go to the state to compete on the state level Youth of the Year. And it's my privilege and honor to let you know that our Nampa Youth of the Year, Keisha Hernandez, was voted State Youth of the Year and will be going to regionals this September. So I wanted to invite her up so you could hear a little bit about Keisha and her story and how the club has impacted her. So this is Keisha Hernandez.
And Melissa, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. Hi, Keisha.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Be strong, things will get better. It may be stormy now, but it never rains forever. Unknown. My name is Keisha Hernandez, and I have been a part of the Boys and Girls Club of Canyon County since 2015. As a 9-year-old at the time, I wasn't aware of how much this club would impact my life. I am very thankful for all the connections and skills this club has gifted me. In 2016, my family and I lost the place we called home. As most of you remember, this was one of the worst winters Idaho had seen in a while. My father, who's only done construction work, lost his job. My mother, being sick and unable to work, was unable to provide any income for our family. And my older sister Martha, who was also impacted by this great organization and now does resource development for the club, was the only one capable of working. But with her income, she was denied from every apartment application she entered. Homeless, the club was the only place I felt safe. Instantly, this put a strain on our family. My parents are first-generation immigrants and do not speak English. This only added to our struggles. Earlier that year, my mother started her immigration case in hopes of getting a working visa to be able to help with our financial problems. This was a major step in our lives as she had been in the United States since she was 15. Being in this country with immigrant parents is a challenge. At some points in my childhood, I had difficult conversations with my parents. I experienced discrimination and had to stand up not only for my parents, but for my beliefs. The club has shown me that just because I am a minority, I'm no less important. I'm different and they embrace me. Equality is something so meaningful to me and is something the club entails. You become part of not only an organization, but a family. But in 2018, my mother's application was denied and she entered a deportation order. My life was impacted in ways I could have never imagined. In fear of our family being separated, we prepared for the worst. I left the club to spend more time with my mother. My sister became my guardian, and we sold a lot of our belongings to be able to afford a good lawyer. Waking up in the morning with no motivation for the day ahead of me was so draining. My daily routine was waking up, going to school, coming home, and going right back to bed. Sometimes even skipping dinner. This took a toll on my body and my spirit. Having no desire to communicate with my peers or teachers, I lost all connections to reality. In spending many hours of my day sleeping, depression became apparent. I was then diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety. Not knowing how to help, my family forced me to reattend what I call now my second home, the club. Quickly, I understood why they did it. In the teen center, I instantly started building life-changing connections, doing things I would have never imagined me enjoying, such as sports. This is where my love for volleyball began, making A-team the first year I tried out for school and now being part of a club team. This showed me the great impact the club has had on me. I am so thankful for all the opportunities and abilities this club has brought to my life. One of the many opportunities the club offered me was joining Key Club, later then becoming president of, where I organized many bake sales, food drives, clothes drives, and was even part of Rake Up Nampa. The Boys and Girls Club has not only taught me to become a strong leader, but an overall good person. My teen staff and my teen friends have seen me grow and become a responsible and fearless human being. My family is still united, and I'm overcoming every obstacle that comes my way today. I thank the club for showing me that it never rains forever. Thank you.
Keisha, that was outstanding. Keisha recently spoke at the Nampa Chamber, and she received a standing ovation there. And I tell you, I'm just so proud of you and what you've overcome. Melissa, thank you for the difference you're making in kids' lives every day. It's such a worthy cause. It's just so important. But thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you all for your contribution back too, right? Because you're giving back right now, and that's so valuable. So thank you for coming, and you don't feel like you have to stay.
Mayor, quick question.
Yes.
Is this a sister and brother, or what? Sister. Sister here. Are you the older sister? Yes. Okay. And who's this young guy? That's my son. Oh, that's your son? You're too young to have a kid that old. Yeah.
Ask him how fast he throws the fastball.
Oh, okay. Does he know?
Yes, he knows.
Okay. How fast do you throw the softball? Councilman
Fastball.
Rodriguez once. Hardball.
55 miles an hour.
55.
Wow.
What I want to know is, can your mom catch it? No, I didn't figure it. Okay.
That's great. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so now we're going to move into the next section of our agenda.
Could we possibly take care of them?
Do we have, I'm sorry? I'm not sure what that,
Their public forum. Everyone else is on live news.
okay, thank you. Okay, so we do have one person that wants to come up and say something on an agenda item that is not part of the 6.3 item. It is item 7.2, which is a new business item. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, we have Diamond Contractors, Robin Shea or Jeff Arant to speak for 3 minutes on item 7.2.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My husband's planning to be here at 6, and he really would have preferred to give this presentation. But in just brief, I just wanted to point out that with the award of the Ora Brandt Park.
I'm sorry, could you state your name and address?
Oh,
Certainly.
thank you. Yes, thank you for stating your name and address.
Certainly. Robin Shea, 4741 Cherry Lane, Nampa, 83686.
Okay, now you can go. Go
All
for
right.
it.
So my husband does government contract work, and he has been doing this sort of work for 25 years, and he has built tennis courts, sports courts, parks, walkways, bridges, roads, parking lots throughout our valley. He's native here, and he had submitted a letter to the council members and the mayor, and just wanted to point out that there was a new way that the contract was being awarded, and there was a new stipulation to the person's qualification to be able to build the tennis court system. And we're currently building tennis courts in the city of Caldwell, for example, right now. And we just wanted to make it be known that that new regulation is disallowing the local contractors from participating. So we were neck and neck in price, but we were disallowed because we didn't meet that requirement. And so we just wanted to draw it to the attention, because I know that a government awarded contract ultimately wants to support its local people and support its local contractors. And what it's doing by creating, I think it's saying that in a 2-year time frame, you have to do 20 tennis courts or 20 specific jobs of tennis courts and participate in training in New Jersey. We don't have 20 tennis courts in a 2-year time frame that go in our valley. So there's no way for us to meet that requirement. However, we do build a vast majority of the tennis courts, and we don't have callbacks. We're not having a construction problem with how they're being built. So we just wanted to ask that perhaps that be reevaluated and taken a closer look at.
Thank you so much for taking time to come tonight. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm so nervous.
Thank you. I'm sure you are, and it's understandable.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, we do have one other non-agenda item speaker, if you would like to go to that person.
Yes.
Our next speaker is Marcia Viapam.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you again. I haven't been here for a long time, and I kind of forgot that it started at 5:30, so I threw this together pretty hurriedly, but I've been
Marcia,
thinking
go ahead
about
and
it for...
State your name again and your address.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Marcia Yappin, and it's 1403 4th Street South. So I've been thinking about this quite a bit since I saw 2 programs on PBS in the afternoon. I sometimes watch things after the German news and the BBC News. So that's where these programs were. The first one was something called Community First Village, which happens in Austin, Texas. And by the way, these are both programs that will help the poor. Now, as we know, the poor will always have with us. and we don't want to just take care of them and make them dependent. I'm not proposing government programs, but I just want to bring these programs to your attention so when they come up, if they come up, you will have already thought about it and be prepared with good policies. So this one is called the Community First Village, and I'll give you all a handout. It's something that started down there in Austin, Texas, as a ministry called Mobile Loaves and Fishes. And the ministry that was handing out bread and stuff to these people decided that they had to do more. They had to get them off the street. And the movie is fabulous. It was just kept me on the edge of my seat, more or less. I kept wanting to turn it off, and then I would say, oh no, this is so good. I had to keep watching. For instance, there's one man there, I suppose 60. He said he'd been living on the street for 30 years, ever since his stepfather threw him out at the age of 8. He lived across the street from his house in a vacant lot for years, went to school and everything. Then he went into the military. Anyway, it's full of stories like that, why people are homeless. And so they found this fabulous solution. It's an RV park, or RV village. They call it the Community First Village because they say money doesn't solve the problem, only community will. And so the people live there, they pay rent by working at different jobs, and they hold public events which earn money to keep it going also. So that's one fabulous solution to homelessness. And then on the back, I saw this just a few days ago. It was about a mobile home park in outside of Denver, apparently in Aurora, Colorado. Mobile home parks are a great solution for poor people. Their average income is $30,000 of people that live in mobile home parks. And that's about the average income for 1/3 of Americans, $30,000 or less. In fact, I make less than $30,000 now that I'm retired, but I have no debt at all, so I can afford to live that way. But if you were paying rent, it would be awfully hard to live on that. There are 46,000 mobile home parks in the country. In fact, is that my time? Okay, there's one right next door to Google in California, and some of the employees live in it. So we can have good policies for mobile home parks.
Marcia, thank you so much, and she'll pass them out for us. And Rodney, you can go ahead and get ready for your staff report. Marcia, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming. Okay, at this time, we're going to move over to staff report. So Rodney, you're on. And this is on the land zoning land uses and processes. And we thought it might be beneficial for the people here to hear Rodney's report, and then you guys will have you after that. And then, I don't know, well, our first public hearing is actually internal, so we'll be a few minutes after 6. Thank you, Rodney.
Mayor and City Council, I probably should just start with, I'm not going to try to address too many details about the situation that many people are here for, although I'll give some history, just some brief history about where we're at with that project. So just quick history here. We had the March 6th meeting. We had several people show up, and 5 people spoke in opposition to a gas station being built at Midland and Greenhurst. And they expressed some of these issues and concerns. They were concerned about health impacts to those who live nearby. They also were concerned about developer misrepresenting the land use that would go on that property. They were concerned about traffic that a gas station would cause in that area. The increased crime that they believed would be associated with a gas station. And then the offensive name of the business. And finally, the aesthetically displeasing appearance of the gas station in their primarily residential area. So again, just a brief history. Staff responses to this was that the property was zoned BC in 2019 prior to the residences being built in that area. And fuel sales or service station is a permitted use in the BC Community Business Zoning District. There is currently no development agreement or conditions on the property. We talked about that would limit what the property owners would have to do. They essentially just have to follow our code and put a land use in there that fits our code. And as I stated, the fuel sales does that. Developers give land use options, not guarantees. If just imagine for a second that somebody promised a certain land use in there, and then that land use came, and then 6 months out of it, they decided to move, and you have an empty building. So they don't want, a commercial developer doesn't want to limit their land use and the specific types of uses that can be done there, because they want to fill that building with something that'll work there. So that creates some complexities, even though a developer may suggest some options and say medical or a dental office is what we'd like to see there. There's really not a great way for the city to require a specific land use, and it's kind of unreasonable to expect that a commercial developer would limit what they would put in that building to only one use. We will require, whatever building is built there, we will require a building permit, design review approval, and code compliance with development codes. And just as a reminder, we have not received anything besides the conceptual plan review ideas. That's real high-level concept of what they want to do there. So we haven't received the building permit or any site plans yet. Finally, the property is entitled and council has no legal option to outright prevent a gas station in that location. Legal counsel indicated they need to research options to prevent an offensive business name, but anticipated that there was really no option for us because of freedom of speech and not being able to address that unless it's clearly offensive as outlined in state code. Okay, so let me move on. So then, Mayor, you asked staff to look at options for limiting or conditioning fuel sales and service stations in the BC Community Business Zoning District. So I did that, looked back at the different ideas and concerns related to the things that people brought up at the meeting last time. So just a couple of notes. The Come and Go is a gas station national chain with locations across the U.S., including one going in Caldwell. I understand there's one in Meridian and even in Boise. And so those are coming into Idaho recently, but they are across the United States in multiple locations. The name appears to have remained consistent for many years and appears to be associated with convenience of quickly obtaining services and goods sold there. Finally, the last point there under offensive name is that I'm unable to confirm that the business sponsors offensive content on social media that it's actually from the business and not from people posing as the business. I talked to our IT department director, and he indicated that it is really easy for a nefarious person to come in and pose as the business owner, and so there's really not a great way for us to research and confirm one way or another that these people are actually representing the businesses on social media. I don't have an opinion one way or another on this. I just wanted to clearly state that. Okay, so getting to the crux of what the mayor has asked me to do, I want to talk about the land uses in the BC zone. So this is our most broad zone for commercial uses. and it provides a wide variety of commercial uses. This zone is most common along major corridors like Caldwell Boulevard, Garrity Boulevard, Franklin Boulevard, and Karcher Boulevard, where multiple fuel stations and other commercial uses are located. Commercial uses near residential have multiple benefits, and so I'd like to address some of those. First, it reduces the travel times for commercial destinations. So you don't have to go as far to get to a location for goods and services you are seeking. That relates to the next point, which is that it reduces traffic congestion across the city. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be traffic in that specific area. It just means that it reduces the travel time, distance, and it also offers some opportunity for some people to walk to those locations or bike or whatever to those locations if they are seeking those goods and services. Finally, it provides a convenient access to needed goods and services, especially for those with limited or no ability to drive. So those are some of the benefits we've talked about or outlined in our comprehensive plan. And I wanted to provide you a couple of situations where this occurs in the city of Nampa. This is at Roosevelt and Midland. So you look at this specific property, that's a gas station there. And again, surrounded by residences. This one's at Iowa and Middleton. Again, I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just saying this happens in our community. So this is, again, surrounded by the residences. 16th and 2nd. Twelfth and Lake Lowell. You got the high school there as well. 7th and 12th. That's by the Albertsons. And then the residences right behind it. South Side and Greenhurst. And then I just listed a whole bunch of, or not a whole bunch, but several others a couple of others, I should say, that fit that description in the city of Nampa. So the options that you can look at for city council, there essentially are two that city council can utilize to address concerns about compatibility in the future. This project, as I've mentioned before, and as our attorney has stated, already has entitlements. There's nothing that city council can do to prevent this from happening. We have communicated to the developer that there are concerns from the residents in the area. We've communicated that the residents are saying they're going to boycott the gas station. And the other thing that we are considering is just to have more communication with them about possibilities for that location. So those are the things that we do. But what council can do is you can place entitlement conditions on properties that come in for annexation or zoning specifically. Or if there's a CUP or something, the Planning and Zoning Commission can place conditions on those. We have those across the city. We even have a gas station that has limited their number of hours that they can operate because of the concerns from residences in the area. You can do those things. You can put a development agreement in place that even addresses things like landscaping, setbacks, the lighting, the fencing, berming, all of those things you can put on a property at time of annexation. And then the second option, it doesn't sound great, but it is an option. You can deny a project outright in the BC zone if it's near residential land uses. I suggested that another option could be the BN zone. that prevents fuel sales and service stations, vape shops, alcohol sales establishments as the primary use, and tobacco shops, and a multiple others. That BN zone is meant to be near neighborhoods. That BN zone has changed over time, so some of the land uses you saw on the pictures I showed were BN. We have changed that to try to be more specific to neighborhood uses. So you can always do that. We can't prevent a developer from moving forward with a request for BC zone, but we talk to them in the pre-application meetings and pass on your concerns and things we've heard from you about what is concerning near neighborhoods. So with that, I think I've already said those. So with that, I'd appreciate any council direction or thoughts.
Rodney, thank you. And so I did ask Rodney to come forward, and so probably the biggest difference of how we're operating today versus when that got approved was that, and what we talked about is that what we really need is staff to come before council and recommend the direction we need to go. And today, we are putting a lot of development agreements on properties. Back then, we were not. And the understanding that that could have been a business neighborhood zone versus a business commercial zone, it would have taken care of this issue right there. At the time, it was one of those that you didn't anticipate a sale, and now we're being and this is for the citizens, we're being much more proactive. We're putting development agreements on, and we're saying you can't do that, right? So that if it changes hands, we don't get caught in a situation like we're in today. And just so council knows, I did, last time I said I'd write a letter, I laid the copy of the letter before you. I did have legal look at it, and I'll send it out for this group. And I'm just respectfully asking the developer to listen to the people. Because, right now, the city our hands are somewhat tied because we've already given the entitlement. There isn't a whole lot we can do. But this is where the voice of citizens makes a difference, where you can, and you guys have been so respectful, so organized in communicating. And so Rodney has reached out and sent communication so that they're aware that that we would prefer this not be a gas station. I'm going to follow up with my letter. And then we have the citizens that have mobilized and are working together. And so that's really what we can do today. But I want to make sure I'm accurate. My understanding is that we don't have an opportunity at this point because we've given the entitlement. It is a business commercial zone, and they are entitled to put a gas station there. Am I correct in those statements?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, council, any comments?
Yeah, Mayor, I do have a question. I just briefly here, reading the letter, very good letter. One of the concern, because we do have gas stations in residential areas, there's been a concern with the name of the gas station itself. So, I don't know, in your letter, Mayor, or whatever, is there some reason why we cannot find out through the developer, through the business ownership, whether there's an outside source that is using this name with sexual
Can I
connotation?
speak to that just for a
Yes.
moment? So I visited with someone that grew up in Iowa. Come and Go has been around for some time. It is no different than Jackson's stores here. It's a long-standing, it's actually, they give back to their community a lot.
That's my
and-
understanding, but
Yes.
but if they're using advertising, as ownership in some way with sexual, but I'm not saying that's the case, but can't we get a confirmation of one way or the other, whether they've done any advertising with those?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but Rodney, I'll let you answer that.
The only response that I can give is the people that we are working with state that there's no relation. There's nothing that,
Who's the? I'm sorry, Rodney. I get to the point.
so it's Ball Ventures.
Who's the
It's not
people?
Ball Ventures, and just so we know, it is not Ball Ventures local. That was a misunderstanding, and I actually perpetuated that last time, so my
So it's not
apologies.
Mr. Alquist
No.
or any of
No.
that sort?
No.
Okay.
It's not.
Thanks.
The name on here is somebody totally different out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, is there any reason why we can't even bypass the developer and go straight to the business and say, hey, this is a concern, this is at least has been insinuated, can you please confirm one way or the other? You have gas stations all over the place. whether any of this type of advertising has been initiated by you.
Rodney,
Please.
Councilman Bruner. I have been in direct
Oh,
contact
you
with
have,
the
okay.
architect, and he is conveying all of these concerns back to the owner.
Okay, so we just have not received a response yet, is that what I'm
I
hearing?
have not.
And those direct concerns, or do you know a timeline when those were actually,
Immediately after the last hearing.
Okay.
I think you guys reached
Friday,
out.
I sent them
okay, well,
information. so-
I appreciate that, but that's a concern with me too of that business if they're not responding.
Yeah, I didn't ask for a response, but I certainly can do that.
Please.
Okay.
So in some ways, if you don't mind me saying so, that's a separate, you've got two issues here. You've got the zoning consideration, and then you've got the use of the name, but they're two separate issues. Because they're two concerns, but they're two separate issues. So in this case, and that's why I've appreciated the work of our citizens, because the voice of our citizens right now is really important. And I'm just hoping, and that's what my letter says, basically, you know what, I hope that I feel compelled to humbly ask if your company would consider a more neighborhood-friendly development in this area, listen to the voice of the citizens. So it could get us in an awkward legal situation. But yes.
Mayor Kling, thank you. This is going to be a land use issue about what I'm about to ask you. So I understand that there's going to be a roundabout at that intersection. Is that correct?
I know that that's on the plans.
Okay, so this is where the lands come, this is my land issue. If the city of Nampa is going to have to accommodate to this gas station for the exit and entry off of, what is it, Greenhurst and/or Midland Boulevard, then that's going to fall back onto what? A, the impact fees, or number two, the citizens to fix the roads, because the roads are not going to be, that's going to be an issue. So how's that going to affect the taxpayers by having to accommodate the in and out of this place? That's a dollar amount.
I'm looking for our Public Works Department.
And I don't think anybody's there, but for that.
Go ahead.
Tom?
That's an issue that I think we need to discuss in terms of accountability to us and/or to the gas station.
I'll throw something out and he can defend this, but.
Okay.
Essentially, when we have plans in place, the development site, so we haven't seen a site plan, right? We haven't.
Right.
We still don't have a site plan or a permit or anything. So at that time, we're going to compare that to our master plans that are in place for roundabouts and road improvements, and then require the right-of-way and the site plan so that it works with the proposed intersection improvements. Is that accurate, Tom?
Those would be used as impact fees, correct?
Mayor, Council Rodriguez, the city won't have to spend any additional money to accommodate a roundabout in this gas station. So when it does go in, we'll review the plans and we'll push the access point as far away from the intersection as possible so it works correctly. And there's other gas stations in the city with roundabouts nearby. There's one over on Amity Road as well. And that one, we don't have any issues with that one.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that the taxpayers are not going to get stuck with accommodating the gas station. Okay, thank you.
And that said, when the roundabout goes in, no matter what form of business is there, right, the roundabout is planned in that area, and so we'll have to deal with the access to a commercial location
That's
just
correct.
the same.
That's correct.
So, yeah. Okay, any other comments, questions for Rodney before? So we are running very, very late today. If there are no other questions, we're going to move into, this is the public hearing portion that we're limited to 5. It's not public hearing. Public forum is the way it's stated, and I want to make sure I say that correctly. Public forum where citizens are allowed to speak for 3 minutes on an agenda item. And so we have, I think, 4 people signed up or 3? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Michael Cooper.
And thank you, Michael, for sharing your, thank you for sharing your name and address as you come forward.
Yes, Mike Cooper, 1698 West Tenzing Street, Nampa, 83686. I'm the president of Summit Ridge Homeowners Association, and I spoke last time. And we found an error in our report, and we want to bring it to your attention right away, and you've already mentioned it. It has to do with the Ball Ventures and M3, because it's actually a couple of organizations in Arizona. And so wanted to correct that. And let's see, we showed, M3 Idaho Greenhurst is a single-use LLC. So that was out. Okay, and then this is a correction to page 3 under project details in our report. So you know about that. And then at the bottom of page 3, we also confirmed more recently that the entire lot of 1.57 acres is being sold with the come-and-go tenant locked in on a portion of the land where additional businesses could be developed on the rest. And additionally, as of today, we have 464 signatures on the petition. All right, thank you. And again, smile, it's contagious.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Sabrina Oraiwala. Is that close?
Hello, my name is Sabrina Orihuela. My husband and I own the property at 941 West Greenhurst, the immediate property to the east of that parcel we're talking about. I was unable to attend on March 6th as I was out of state on a family emergency, but I was able to review the GMAC formal report and watch the minutes of those who spoke in front of the mayor and the city council. So I'll try not to reiterate everything that was said. I've lived in that house since 2005. We've raised 2 children there. I own a small business there. I own a sign company. I have spoken to this podium multiple times in the past 15 years, mostly about the roundabout because it will greatly affect my property, seeing that I'm the southeast property that the roundabout will go on to. As to the gas station, I think we know the detriment this gas station will bring to our community. Like I said myself, I'm a business owner. I am all for progress and commerce, but a gas station at this precise location is unnecessary as there are multiple gas stations 2 miles in literally every direction. And to his mapping, why do we need another one? The name of the business is offensive, but it's here nor there. It doesn't really bother me. It's just, I don't want to look at it. And I am literally in the sign industry. That's what I do for a living. As to the environmental impact, there would be an environmental impact to land and humans, animals, flora, fauna. I am a county resident, so I am still on a well and concerned about seepage. This would also decimate my home value. I'd be 35 feet from property line to property line. Really don't know what else to say to that. The southernmost part of this property is directly across the street from a bus stop where elementary and junior high children come off every day. I really do appreciate the mayor and council members listening to the work that the GMAC has done, and I am glad you received that positively. I was going to implore that we go back to legal and on the developer, but you guys spoke about that. But I will say, I don't know if this gas station is zoned to be 24 hours or not. I would hope not, since most in the area seem to close at like 10 or 11. Alcohol sales end at 1 a.m. in Canyon County. I would implore you to go sit at a gas station around 12:30 at night and see what's there. I had a soccer game last Friday night, and I had to go to a gas station. It was very late. And I sat there for about 15 minutes, and I just looked around, and it was about 11 o'clock at night. And I was just like, this is not what I want for my home or my community. This is more of just an opinion on my part, since I'm so affected by it. But I really do appreciate all of you guys listening to our testimony. Thank you.
Sabrina, thank you for taking time to come tonight. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, our last speaker is David Thoween.
David, you're going to have to pronounce your last name again.
If you ever get it right, I'll know I've been here too many times. It's David Taney, rhymes with rainy. And I live at 12232 South Hunters Point Drive. I'm the president of the Red Hawk Ridge Owners Association. I worked in local government for a few years when I first got out of college and wrote a few staff reports. And I guess one of the things about staff reports is if it made everybody unhappy, it meant you were doing your job well. There were a number of things in this one that I didn't find particularly pleasing. One of them is, we've heard this before, there's a lot less electricity tonight than there was on March 6th. But one of the statements that we heard on March 6th, and it showed up again in this report, is that there's nothing the city council can do to prevent this from happening. Nobody in the room on March 6th would believe that, and anybody on this issue tonight also doesn't believe that. I guess we should consider ourselves lucky that they didn't propose a hookah bar or a lounge, a freight transfer station, or one of those tall water slides, because based on that theory, any of those uses would have also been permitted, and there would have been nothing you could do. So we just don't believe that that's the case. And if it were the case, what would be the point of having a hearing? You know, there'd be no reason for it. There is, however, in the staff report, another line that says that the BC zoning districts most commonly used, in fact, I had it up a minute ago, along corridors such as Caldwell, Garrity, Franklin, Karcher, where multiple gas stations and the like go. That's exactly where Come and Go should be looking for a site, is in one of those locations. I don't think anybody believes that Greenhurst and Midland should look like Garrity or Franklin or any of those other streets. That's not a busy commercial area. That's not what that neighborhood's future looks like. We were told that staff communicates at the pre-application meetings concerns that they've heard the council express. I'd be curious to know what concerns they did express to this developer, because obviously whatever they were, it didn't take. There's been no communication since March 6th with anybody that's involved in this, with any indication from the developer that they're willing to work on those concerns or help mitigate them. The developers in Arizona or wherever the developer is located has had absolutely no interest in talking to the community. As I said in March 6th, I think there's an opportunity here for the city of Nampa and for the council to send a message to developers. This is a rapidly growing area. There are real opportunities here for developers, but developers need to realize that the end user, in this case Come and Go, is not the only customer they're serving. It's also the community. And if they're going to develop in the community, they have an obligation to talk to the neighbors where they're going to develop, find out what the issues are that are of concern to the neighbors, work to mitigate those issues, and then come back to you with a completed proposal. I don't think it's fair to you. I don't think it's fair to the community that when they come in here, they expect you to adjudicate a dispute that they've created between the neighbors and the project they're trying to present. So thank you in advance for denying any application that comes from this developer for this particular use. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. So typically it's a public forum, it's not a public hearing. And so typically we don't provide response. But I just want to be clear. So there isn't, because the entitlements have been given, Rodney, I need you to share this rather than me because this is your area. There isn't an application that comes through that we even can deny. So could you express that?
Mayor and council, you will not see an application for this project. You will not see a public hearing. You will not have any kind of approval for this because they have received the entitlement through the annexation and zoning in 2019. I think it was January of 2019. That has been done, that has been approved, and so now they are entitled, that's the reference there, entitled to the land uses that are in the zone that they zone that property.
Mayor, if I may, just, and I realize this is for future reference, and that's what
Correct.
you also addressed, Rodney, very well, which I appreciate that. So, and I don't recall, I'd have to listen to the, I guess Randy and I were here, so we'd have to listen to the 2019 hearing, but if what we're hearing from the residents is, and I would expect that the developer, whoever was making the presentation, was probably saying the same thing to us. Like I said, there's only two of us on the council at that point in time. You were there too? Okay, we'll blame you too. Okay, you're good. There's three of us who can blame. So anyway, that there was going to be some type of health facility or something is what was being at least insinuated. So in the future, my question is the BN zone, I understand that would take care of at least gas stations. There may be I see some other things in the BN zone that I would have a few concerns with in a residential area also. But how do we, when a developer comes in and says, hey, yeah, wait, this is probably what's gonna happen, how do we, respond to that without shaking our heads and saying, yes, okay, we're okay?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, that is a great question.
Well, not usually, but yeah.
What you can do, would you mind going back 2 slides for me? What you can do is, let's see if we can get it up on the screen here. Just go back right there. In the future, if a project comes to you for annexation and zoning, you can say, we want to require a development agreement, or you can put conditions on that development. But the best way to do it is put a development agreement that says, these are the uses that, from the land use table, that are allowed by that zone that we don't want to see here. You can't add uses that are not allowed by the zone, but you can limit the land
Okay,
uses.
Mayor, and a quick interruption, Mayor, so we can get on. So can we be as specific as saying, okay, you're saying you're a health facility, so this is what we expect, and that's part of the development agreement, that this, whatever you put on that land from a retail or commercial standpoint will be a health facility, as an example.
So I'm looking to our attorney here because I think limiting it that much is problematic, but is there any thoughts there?
Push that button right there.
Mayor and council, Rodney's right. As I'm listening to this, and thank you for letting me speak, and for members of the public, I'm actually one of the replacement attorneys sitting in for the normal city attorney here, so I'm going to try my best. But let's just start with what the law allows this city council to do, and I think maybe this is important for the public to understand. The state of Idaho is what's called a Dillon's Rule state, and a Dillon's Rule state is the power to zone and to make these decisions come directly from the state legislature. It's not a separate power that the city of Nampa can just exercise. Okay, so they're limited as to what a city can do. The examples that you see here on that slide, as I'm reading that, the reason what strikes me is all of those little examples or those options, those are actually set out in Idaho code. Idaho code actually allows the city council to do this. And so when an application comes in, there's certain rights that an applicant has, so to speak, in Nampa's zoning code. And when the city wants to limit something, certainly it's within the city's purview to do so, so long as within the bounds of state code. Hopefully I'm not confusing everyone here by saying this. So there are options when an application comes through. And, you know, unfortunately, at least with when I read this in preparation for today's meeting, the word entitlement, I think that's a really important phrase, because entitlement, the way I look at that is, it's a protection that every citizen, including developers, enjoy. And that protection is due process, private property rights, those of you that own your homes, for example, you have a certain expectation of private property rights. And once a decision was made on this application and it was quote-unquote entitled, there were these protections that basically are locked in place. Prior to an application getting those entitlements, I think this is where the city has the flexibility to control or manage that. But to answer Rodney's question, it can't be so restrictive as to be what's called a constructive denial. Because, part of a zoning code is it has to be written in such a way that a landowner knows what's allowed and what's prohibited. And where you start running into trouble is if you're limiting it so much that it's basically a constructive denial. Hopefully I answered your question.
Mayor, quick follow-up, but here we're talking about a developer that made a strong suggestion, I believe, even though I don't recall the hearing, that they were going to have some type of health facility there. So is that restricting them when they are commenting that this is what their proposal is?
So I'm going to give the famous attorney answer, which is it depends. And it depends on really what the language that was used, whether it was in the development agreement or if it was an annexation rezone. It just also depends on the context in which that land use application came in and what the representations were and what the conditions were at that time.
Okay, so Mayor, what I'm saying is when a developer says that, are we able to hold them to it? And you're saying no, is what I'm hearing?
No, it can. It just depends on what.
If it's done during a development agreement.
Correct.
Annexation, this was an annexation, and it was a zoning that came with the annexation. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there has to be the language in the motion. When you make the motion, you have to add that. They can talk about all kinds of options in front of you, but unless you put that in the motion or the development
What I'm
agreement-
hearing now then is we could have restricted that, so in the future, even though I'll look upon this as bad you, Brunner, in the future, we can do that, and we can be that
Absolutely.
restrictive.
Yes, and I've talked to Rodney. Rodney was not here at that time. Today, we are really reviewing about everything, and as you know, we're doing a lot of development agreements, and we're saying, this is what we want. That, at that time, that recommendation wasn't before us. At that time, it should have been a business neighborhood, not business commercial. That would have resolved this. But unfortunately, and this is legally, and Victor, you can correct me, the challenge that we have as a city is that at the time when we approved the annexation and we zoned it, because we did not zone it business neighborhood, we entitled, in all good conscience, having no idea a gas station was going to come in, we put it as business commercial, which has given them the right to actually put a gas station in. But for us as a city to come back now and say, whoops, nope, you can't do that, what does that do for us as a city?
It would open up the city to a lawsuit, Mayor. And a lawsuit that if I were a betting man, it was pretty high probability the city is going to lose.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman
Rodney,
Haverford.
have you seen this?
I have, yeah.
Okay, I went ahead and marked on the concept plans that are on page 3. I went ahead and left to right, wrote down A and B, and I don't need to get in the weeds, Mayor, but I think these were the same images we saw the night that we approved this in 2019. And the image on the left is a gas station. And there is a drive-through, maybe, a small drive-through type operation to the left or to below it, to the south. So on the second image, there are 2 office buildings, but on the image on the left, it does show a gas station with gas aisles. So again, I mean, I'm not trying to get into the weeds. When David Bills and I worked together on designing and constructing Lakeview Bible Church across the street, all the road improvements that we did, as far as frontage improvements that were made, were prior to the new impact fee changes. So, those same improvements weren't made along the frontage. And that roundabout, whether it was going to be a light or a roundabout, I mean, that wasn't conceived because those impact fee dollars went elsewhere in the city. So, again, I mean, we're we're talking about something that hasn't come in before us yet as a body. It's kind of preemptive. what's
But it
being
won't come before us as a body.
But it'll go before the Design Review Commission because it's in the BC zone. It'll go before, as far as for signage, they'll have to get a sign permit. At that point, whoever does that review can say, we don't want this name on there. K&G is another accepted name for their business. I looked it up. They're a 60-year-old company, like you said. So I think there are still some things, but to deny them the ability to put a gas station on the corner at this point is asking for a lawsuit. So, and, you know, Mr. Rainey or Daney or whatever his name was.
David?
To his point, we can't deny it without having a lawsuit as a city, and that would be wrong of us as a council to try to move down that path at this point, I think.
Thank you. So Victor, do you have any follow-up comments? Any thoughts that we need to be aware of?
Madam Mayor, no, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have
So-
one quick clarification. If it's, that we looked up the average size of a come-and-go gas station, and it's at 3,800 square feet, which would mean that it would not go before the Design Review Committee. It would be a staff review, but still required to meet the design review standards.
Okay,
Mayor
thank
Kling.
you. Yes.
Just one more thing, and then we'll, when in 2019, I actually voted against this project. And I was concerned with the land use, as I still am today. Now, my question is for Victor, to turn that thing on. The problem being is that when we make a development agreement, on occasion, the developers come in and modify that agreement, and then we vote on it or not vote on it. Okay. So why can't the city request a modification, and go from there?
There is no development agreement in place currently.
Well, that was an easy one.
Okay, that's an easy one then. Yeah. But at the time that it was approved, we were notified that it was going to be a medical facility. And so now it's not. So in the expectation of approval, we're going a different direction now. So that was different than what we approved on, right? I know, it's a legal thing.
Madam Mayor and Council, again, I just remind you that has to be in the motion. There is so much that gets discussed as part of every development application. In order for it to be locked into place, it has to be in the motion. Developers will often talk about lots of different options in front of you, and you discuss amongst yourself different options that you might require of them. You have to put that into a motion.
Okay, so now that's probably not in the motion. Can we proceed with modifying?
There is nothing to modify because there's no conditions,
Okay.
there's no development agreement in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'll turn my mic on. So we are almost 40 minutes behind on our public hearings tonight. And so, just so you know, we've never done this before where we've sat and had this kind of dialogue. We've done it just for full transparency to make sure that we as a city understand where we are. We're doing what we can. I have clearly expressed to some of you, I haven't gotten to talk to everyone, to say, you know what, this is a great opportunity for you as citizens to be able to express your desires to the developer. And you've been very professional. There's been tremendous research that's been done. And so thank you for your work. And I think that's where we can go. We can certainly, during even though it's probably staff level review, make some suggestions. And then on the name, Councilman Haverfield, thank you for that suggestion. I really appreciate that. That's a great idea if it doesn't get stopped. Thank you. Okay.
Locations.
Other locations? I tell you what, that ought to be the standard across the Treasure Valley as a whole, because where there are other gas stations, that should be the standard we set for our community, that it's K&G. Yeah, that might be a recommendation that you put forth for the whole Treasure Valley. So I think that's great. With that, we're going to move on to public hearings. Feel free to head out, and we're going to get on with the rest of the meeting tonight. So, thank you, guys. Okay, thank you. Do you guys want to keep or We're going to turn those in, thank you. I think, do you have one?
Yeah, I have from the last one.
She hasn't, yeah.
That's what I saw before, so that's why I'd like to get down to it. Thanks.
You go.
Thank you.
You go. One more. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you. See if we can do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think we're ready to step into our public hearings. And our first public hearing this evening is 8-1. It's an action item. This is the fiscal year 2023 budget amendment that Doug Racine will be presenting to us. And I believe this was included in our packet.
There we go. Mayor, councilors, I'm bringing forward to tonight the amendment for the March amendment for fiscal year 2023. At the end of fiscal 2022, there were a number of projects that did not get completed but were budgeted in FY22. This amendment captures most of those items that will be done in the current year but were budgeted for in the prior year. There's very little new spending, and there's very little spending from new spending from fund balance. And what there is, I'll go through very briefly here. But for those who maybe are new to this, the amendment process allows us to come before the council and present expenditures or costs that we would like to add into the budget at any time during the year. I can do an amendment now. I could have waited until the very last day of September, as long as we met the required publishing deadlines, in order to present you with amendments. If you as a council at any point during the year approve an expenditure that has not yet been built into the amendment, that's fine as long as I get to it and include it in an amendment prior to the very end of the year. So if something comes up between now and June, July, August that is not budgeted that you want to approve for the current year, you're entitled to do that. I just have to make sure that by the end of the year I include it in the amendment process so that it becomes legal for the year. We will do another amendment probably towards the end of the year in August, because this one is primarily to carry forward expenses that were budgeted in fiscal 22, but yet which were not completed. So what we have this year is an amendment for $50 million. It's probably the largest amendment we brought forward, and one of my goals is to work with our budgeting partners to reduce the need for these of this scale in the future. But almost all of this is capital projects in streets, water, wastewater, irrigation, along with impact fee projects that were budgeted last year that are being brought forward today. Public Works accounts for 36 million of the project, and out of that 25 million is coming from fund balance that was budgeted but not spent, 9.4 from impact fees, and another 1.5 million from grants primarily that have been received. Parks is next. There was about $6.8 million, most of that coming from impact fee spends and some from grants. There's a little piece for fire, and all that is we, when we separated from the fire department, there were 4 leased vehicles that we continued to pay for, and the fire department would reimburse us. And so, and similar to what we did for our police vehicles this year, we paid them off, the police went to pay theirs off. So this is in effect a receivable where we're paying it off and the fire department will pay us back. The police primarily is the Bearcat. And the golf course is in there. facilities, some capital events, and other miscellaneous expenditures. If we look at this by category, you can see the vast majority at the bottom, about $47 million is capital. Capital impact fees, capital from fund balance, and then capital from grants. And a very small amount in total operational costs and repairs and maintenance spread across the board. But there were two items that I did not include in the amendment that will be in the latter part of the year. One, which was my error for not including it, was the police had been seeking new vehicles, which they intended to budget for last year, but did not. There's 5 new vehicles they're seeking for their growth needs. So we would like that to be included in the August amendment, but the need is current, so they'll probably bring forward the request to purchase those to you at a very near term in a future council meeting. The second one is the horse park. And while you as a council approved this last year at $1 million, there was a kind of a bit of a question on exactly what was being allowed to spend this year. At the time I was putting the amendment together, whether it was $1 million or $1.5 million. And we had agreed, you had agreed as a council, to fund $1 million at that time. But then you also reserved the option to come back and choose to reserve more if the need and the funding was there. But you've already approved the spend, so the project can continue. But this $1 million will be technically in the August amendment. But proceeding with this project is completely acceptable.
Doug, while you're on that, can we just state that I think the bids have come in, they haven't come in yet. It's going out to bid.
Right.
And so if it's over, I think that's the way that motion was. If it was over, they would bring it back. So just so it
Right.
could come back. I can't remember, I talked to Andrew about it today. It is going out for bid and it'll
Right.
be coming back. I believe this is going to be on our April, not August, April 17th council agenda to approve the bid to award the bid based on what comes back. So we'll know more then.
And that just allows us to do a clean amendment, so I don't get a piece now and a piece later. We do it entirely all at once.
Was that for the amphitheater and then improvements to the facility itself?
That is the
No.
horse park. That's the
Just-
RV.
just the horse park.
The RV spaces and construction of RV spaces at the horse park.
Okay.
The
The-
other opening of that bid is, I think, maybe tomorrow. I can't
Yeah.
remember.
The
but
the
that's right.
amphitheater, which is about $360,000,
Right.
was
Sorry, what?
replacing other capital projects, but does not exceed their total budgetary authority for the current year. So they just changed what they wanted to do.
And that bid opening is tomorrow, you said?
Actually, no, that act is already done. Because
think
we
that one-
awarded that bid.
yeah,
I
I think-
believe at the last meeting, we awarded the bid because we had some
Yeah.
language changes.
Right, we
But
had-
we did award
Had
it.
think
questions
that
on
one's
the
going forward.
contract itself.
And I don't know as to the contract, I know the amount, but I don't know if that's actually taken place at this time or not.
I can't
Yeah.
remember if we remanded it back to get more information or if we went ahead and approved it.
Patrick is raising his hand and he can answer that question.
Mayor, we have a pre-construction meeting on site for the amphitheater project tomorrow morning.
That's what's tomorrow, yeah. So it's awarded, it's moving forward. They're going to break ground and get going on it, get it done.
So Mayor, just a reminder, on the horse park, when we had the folks here, I believe they were asking for 2 million, and we initially.
$1.5 million.
Was it 1.5?
My recollection was $1.5 million was the
And
ask.
then we just committed at that point in time 1 million.
And the reason we committed $1 million was because that was the amount I was sure we would have in excess from the sales tax proceeds. They would come in. They actually came in at like $1.2 million, but I knew we'd have $1 million. I didn't know if we'd have $1.5 million.
Okay. And they seem to be okay with that, but now we're coming back for additional.
Well, this is, I don't know that
Is this putting this back up to 2 million then?
No.
Okay,
This
so
is
I
not.
see $1 million here. I thought we had authorized $1 million.
What we did is we authorized $1 million, and I put that money into a reserve designation in fund balance, but had not budgeted for its expenditure at that time. The amendment will now allow us to pull that from the reserves and put it in the expenditure. But I haven't done it yet because I wanted to make sure we had the right value.
So the total amount is just 1 million.
Right now, that's all it is.
Even though they requested more than that, okay.
Like I said, they may come back and request more, and that will be your purview to decide what would happen then.
Okay, thanks.
If I could just clarify, Patrick, when are we doing the walkthrough for the bid? for the horse park?
It hasn't gone out to bid.
We have a pre-bid meeting this week, and it bids on the 4th of April. And then we'll know then what the actual amount is, whether it's, over budget or not. There's quite a bit of Idaho Power needs that weren't envisioned originally in the project, so it has the potential to go over the $1 million. But we won't know till it bids.
Okay, thank you.
And that's kind of a curse of this time of our lives. The inflation impact in the construction segment is challenging at best.
Mayor. So Patrick, do we have bid alternates on this project?
Yes, we do. We have bid alternates in order to hopefully bring it in under the $1 million.
Okay, so you've got several that you can choose from, possibly.
I think we have 2 bid alternates, and it involves reducing the amount of RV spaces and the associated drainage swales so that they could be put in at a later date if needed.
Okay. Okay. So, and finally, just as a very quick recap, the significant items on the amendment are the Bearcat, the golf course purchase. That's slightly more than we'll probably actually pay, but I want to make sure we're covered on that. Counselor?
Mayor.
Yes.
So did you sign the contract today?
No, it's going to be next week. They're still working on some pieces of it, so unfortunately, no.
Hey, finance is stepping up to plate. We're ready to go. Just waiting for the trigger to actually send the money away. Streets projects, that's all streets, including impact fees, $22.5 million. Water and irrigation of 13.4, and then parks of $6.5 million. That's the $48.6 million. Those are the significant items out of the $50 million amendment. And it's virtually all carry forward from last year.
So Mayor, if I can have another memory time here. So we authorized the Bearcat. My understanding is because we were not able to, we had monies because we were not able to hire officers.
That's true.
needed.
That's exactly correct.
So is that going to affect in the next budget? I take it next budget year, 23, 24, is we will have monies that we have opportunity to budget for further officers?
Let me be clear. In the fiscal 22 year, the police ended favorable to their budget because they couldn't hire all the staff we had budgeted for. But they are seeking to hire those staff. So by the time we get to FY '23, I do not know if there will be favorable values left over again this year. So this is a one-time use of these monies, not meant to be replicated over and over again. I don't know if that answers your question.
You do not feel in your mind that this will limit us to be able to
No.
add to the police force in 23, 24?
The limiting factors in 23-24 are going to be the funding we receive as approved by council and what sales tax revenues come in at. That's going to be the limiting factor. Because capital funds we use once. We don't use them every single year. I have a replenishment mechanism for capital funds. It's much less significant than property taxes and sales taxes. So as we move into 24, there's a lot of uncertainty in my mind about exactly what revenues we're going to be receiving. I believe that, I know we'll have less new revenue this year than I've had last year. And that's going to cause, I guess, choices and prioritization to be made. Where do we need to put the money we have? But I think when we get to the end of the day, I'm going to have, I can't say the exact amounts because of legislative ongoing impacts, because of the noise of House Bill 389 carryover, and from exactly how many construction projects will be impacted by the rates. And I don't know that, and I probably won't until close to the end of May, just before we meet and send out the budgets. It's going to be one of these nip and tuck items that we'll be working on feverishly to understand the revenues throughout the process. We're going to build in with what we hopefully we can fund, but we may get to the end of the budget process and say, we have to pull back. We'll see.
I think the clarity you were looking for was that this was a one-time purchase that did not have any impact.
Yes.
And the purchase of the Bearcat did not have a negative impact on positions because it was a capital, one-time expense. Yes.
And I apologize if I went too far on that explanation.
fine. It's good
So I'd put it to your approval for the amendment request for FY '23 as presented.
Doug, could you go ahead and let's forward, because we're ending on a number that is not the budget amendment. We're ending on the slide that says it's 48,598, and there you go. And what Doug did here, just so we all understand, you can break it down a lot of different ways, and so this way doesn't have streets called out specifically, it has public works, which has everything. The other slide breaks it down from streets to water, right?
Right.
And so, but this is the one that breaks it down in the bigger buckets.
There are so many small projects that I'd probably take about 5 minutes just listing out each project that we budgeted last year that they didn't quite get to. That's why I didn't list each individually.
And one thing that Doug has, Doug, I appreciate your work. We have had a lot of discussions with our teams to say, guys, we've got to stop budgeting for things that don't take place in this fiscal year. We shouldn't have a $50 million budget amendment. And as we see, a lot of it is public works, impact fees are in there. We did have quite a bit from parks. Part of it is a golf course. But it really is, it's projects that are budgeted that don't actually get done in that year. So then we have to roll them over to the next year. And so we're working diligently to break the projects up, even though the project may be approved in this big lump sum. If we're only getting a third of it done this fiscal year, then we're going to budget a third of it. And then the coming years, instead of budgeting it all in that 1 year, when maybe all we get done is design that year. But what we've done is we've put the whole project in there. We need to only put budget for the piece that's going to get done. So we're working on that, yes.
Doug, remind me, on the golf, the 5.7 million, part of that was we were self-funding it and we would be getting interest
Well,
back.
virtually all of it will be self-funded, but 3 million will be paid for by the golf course, and the remainder will be paid for by general gov, and they will then pay us back over the course of 10 years with interest, yes.
What interest rate?
Well, right now, the typical interest would be rate we would use Prime Plus, but that's too high. I'm not obligated to go with that because Prime Plus, last time I checked, Prime was 7.75 a couple weeks ago. That's too high. What I'm going with is the Fed funds borrowing rate, which is 4.75%, and I'm making that variable so that as the rates, and I anticipate the rates will come down in the future, that as the rates come down, the payment comes down, they can pay it off that much sooner.
The 2.7 over what period of time?
Over 10 years. It's about a $350,000 annual payment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any questions for Doug? So Doug, I'm going to let you just stand there, don't move. This is a public hearing, and this is an opportunity for any citizens to actually speak. We don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone here that didn't sign up that would like to speak this evening and share their thoughts? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Doug, do you have any closing comments, or council, do you have any? Nope. Okay, Doug.
Mayor,
well,
I'll just
yes.
say, thank you for this, improving on this in the future.
Well,
And I realize it's going to put some pressure on our directors to timeline a little more accurately.
it's not a habit they're used to, but they're willing.
Thank you for making that an emphasis.
And you know, I guess the good news, bad news is part of the reason why it's happening is because we have so many projects happening. We have so many more, we're in the midst of so much, and with our wastewater treatment plant, there's just a lot happening.
Well, just
So-
Rodney and Patrick just won't have coffee breaks anymore. They're just going to have to run those things.
It's more than them.
It doesn't break out.
And Mayor.
Yes.
And also, and I want to say thank you for Doug. The work he does is amazing. Glenn Rimby and I met with Doug and Wells Fargo officials here, 2 weeks ago?
Yep.
And I know that Doug has been working with us on reducing fees and administrative costs, et cetera. Sorry. And so I know Doug's been working with them and keeping us informed, and if you can keep Glenn Rimby informed, that's a whole different ballgame right there. But at any rate, we did meet with him, and Doug did some great work by reducing some of the costs that we're paying out for fees. And I know we've invited them to come to our next meeting.
Well, sometime in probably June, I think. I
Yeah,
haven't talked to the
right.
mayor about it yet.
And then they're going to discuss what they have worked with Doug on and negotiated with the fees and the amounts that we pay them. So thank you. And I don't think you get enough praise, by the way, after what I see here in comparison to what you do. So, Mayor, we're on the right track.
I mean, he gets to sit with us all the time.
Yes, he does.
There's my payment right there.
All right, any other comments before we move on? Okay, Doug, thank you. Council, what's the will of the council on this item? Yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt the budget amendment as presented to us this evening.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our next action item is the first reading of ordinance adopting the FY 2023 budget amendment, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules after Shar reads it.
An ordinance amending the appropriation of funds for the 12-month period from the first day of October 2022 to and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2023 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation is made, authorizing the levy of a sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for a repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and Idaho Secretary of State, and providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds and appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditures of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, Doug, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I've told Doug to please go ahead and depart. He has a trip ahead of him tonight to Salt Lake of several hours, and I said, please get out the door. Thank you. Thank you.
Good day, sir. I'll take over as finance director, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're in good hands, Doug.
Okay, so we're ready for action item 8.2 on the agenda. This is the comprehensive plan map amendment from commercial to industrial designation zoning map amendment from community business to light industrial, and a potential development agreement at 1508 and 1510 West Carter Road. This is for Tyler DeLay, representing Doris Young. And this is our applicant here this evening. Okay, so Doug, this is yours. Were you expecting your applicant to be here? You were, okay. So, okay, and he's not online, correct? No, I think it's doable. Okay, well, go ahead and come forward. And I will say the original concept, this is in our agenda, but it's to obtain the correct zoning for an existing land use of outdoor storage and of equipment for Young's Equipment addressed at 1502 West Carter Road in order to construct a chain link security fence around the property. So Doug, thank you for walking us through.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. It's nice to see you. So the amendment before you would be a change to the comprehensive plan map from commercial to industrial, and the zoning map from commercial to light industrial. The premise behind this is that the applicant in October submitted for a permit to build a fence, and it was not permitted in the commercial zone. So he is requesting a change to the industrial zone with the comprehensive plan map to match. This is a view of the property. This is Young's Equipment Sales. It's been there for several years. It's visible off of Karcher Road and also the Karcher Bypass. And the lots that were, there are 3 lots in total. The 2 lots are outlined in red. I thought it would be important this evening to show you some views. That went out and took some pictures last week of the site. This is looking from Karcher Road, viewing north into the site. You can see to the right, there's a new industrial building that's being built adjacent to this property. And there are also some large trailers that are parked on the property. This is, this is used as a turnaround area and equipment sales and storage. This is a view towards the Karcher bypass through the property. This is an interior view looking to the south and to the west. The view on the left is more to the west, and the view on the right is to the south. And then again, these are the industrial buildings that are being built in this area. This is a view from the Karcher bypass viewing southeast. And this is a view into the Young's equipment. You can see in the foreground, there's some trailer storage. It's a different business, not associated with this business. The chain link fence that the applicants would like to install will it follows this red line on the map here. It's not the full extent of their property line, but it would be purely for security purposes. The city code applying to this would be the code that is in effect now, which would require slats or site screening in this fence from West Karcher Road. So this would be a chain link with slats all the way around the property. There are utilities available to the property. We in the staff report talked about the state law that was applicable to this with the comprehensive plan and the rezone. That's stated in your staff report. We also received comments from various departments, generally with no opposition, and that the engineering division submitted a report to us after you received your staff reports, and they indicated that West Karcher is a 30-mile-an-hour road, that full right-of-way is existing. There's no traffic impact required, no study required. Site access, it should adhere to the city's access management policy, and that coordination with Pioneer Irrigation District is required for any impacts in future development. The staff analysis is that this is, because this is an existing equipment sales yard, and there are residential property types that are in a commercial zone that have commercial uses on this property. This has the look and feel of a light industrial site. So staff felt that this change wouldn't change really any of the land uses on this site. It would kind of align what's going on now with the site. The thing or something that the council should consider, that if you this evening decide to not grant this change to the comprehensive plan and to the code, the owner of the business would be required to put in a fence that would meet design review standards, which would be a much higher quality commercial fence with at least 2 different types of materials. The conditions of approval were stated in your staff report. And I wanted to add engineering's conditions. They're generic conditions that they have to comply with city codes and policies. Site access, what requires review. The property must be annexed into the city's municipal irrigation district prior to any connection. Development is required to preserve any historical irrigation delivery, and wells or septic systems need to be abandoned or removed. The findings are also in your staff report. I'd be glad to answer any questions about the findings that staff had in the staff report. And then I'd be glad to take any questions.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, as far as the fencing requirement being a higher quality, would that be from the BC to a BC zone, or would the same requirement be from a BC to an IL zone, since this is surrounded by IL as well?
Yeah, it's whatever portion of the fence is in the BC zone would be required to meet.
So it would be along the frontage of Karcher and then to the west where it abuts the BC zone. But to the north and to the east would not be required to have that same fencing?
That's correct, because that is already existing.
Mayor, my only question is, originally I thought this might be a spot zone. We were talking about just making a change, but since it's abutting IL as well, so it's really not a spot zone.
So, Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, we're proposing to change the comprehensive plan and the zoning, so it would not, they would be in alignment with each other, so it wouldn't be a spot zone.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that question because I'm a little bit confused. Because when we approve, I know that our comprehensive plan is not set in stone and it can be changed. But I'm really surprised principally, and I'm just talking principally, really not having to do with this particular request, but it does apply, for us to change our comprehensive plan because we have a request from a property owner that doesn't want to comply with the current zoning that is approved in our comprehensive plan, because this also abuts commercial. And it's also visible from the freeway. And so because there's an individual request, I'm just confused that actually staff is recommending a change in the comprehensive plan for an individual use, because principally, this applies to lots of other actions that we take and others that will come before us. And so that's where I think it's important. What are we setting as a precedent in a decision regarding changing the comprehensive plan for an individual business use? And I know it technically isn't a spot zone, but I'm just confused by it.
Mayor, clarification. So this is mainly, they're requesting this mainly for security reasons, is that correct?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, that's correct.
And so even the bypass are looking down as far as even if we require, which improved fence, it really would not change from people being able to see this, is what they're doing.
From the bypass, that's
I mean,
correct.
it's not a visual blockage at all.
The only place that it would create some improvements is the view from West Karcher into the
That would
property.
be an improvement where you would not be able to see and chain link's not gonna keep anybody from, it's gonna be totally in view.
Yeah, it's going to improve it. It won't totally, block it. The slats, as you drive by, you can see through them a little bit. But it's required to have a screening or a site screening fence in the code. So it would screen it from West Karcher, but it would not from the Karcher bypass.
Okay, and so what I'm looking for, I have the same concern the mayor is just, for future references and what this may open up the can of worms if possible. So how would you respond to future requests that we accept this and then deny others?
Yeah. So going back to the zoning map, if I might. So if we take a look at the map here, it's adjacent to an industrial usage. The two parcels to the east, those kind of triangular parcels, are already zoned IL. So it's almost literally surrounded by IL except for the south side. And that's why staff felt that this would match what's going on primarily around the borders of this property.
Can I ask the question then? So as I'm looking at this map, the two gray parcels directly next to this appear that they are not IL. Those appear to be commercial, right next to this property. They're on the right.
Yes. On the right, Mayor, this is a zoning map here, and these two parcels on the right are zoned IL. In the comprehensive plan, they're showing as commercial. So in the future, we'll probably have to recommend that we adjust that to IL with the construction
So
that's
over
going on.
here, the two gray parcels on the zoning map
Yes.
are zoned commercial. Are they currently zoned commercial? According to that, it appears they are, right there.
So these two parcels right here under project location,
Well, the gray ones, not the red one that says project location, but the gray one's right next to it.
yes, the gray ones are the IL zone. And the red one, the reds is commercial on that
Oh,
map.
okay, so that
Yeah.
is IL.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was looking
You
at it
bet.
backwards. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
Welcome.
It's up to the council. I have a question. Can the council comment on the type of fencing that is put in when they do that, or are we not? Is it, the one thing that you see, and I see it, the chain link fences with the slats look awful after a year or two. It just looks really bad. And so are we allowed to state if we're approving a rezone, what type of fencing goes in, or can they do whatever they want?
I would have to ask. I'm sorry? Well, yeah, with the development agreement.
But are we allowed to do a development agreement on this rezone?
Yes.
You are? Okay,
Yeah.
so they could actually require, the only challenge is, I know that this is for security purposes, and so what type, were they wanting to put some, Rodney, I think you have an answer before I've asked it probably.
Well, maybe just to clearly state, annexations and rezones, you have the ability to require a development agreement. We advertise them with a potential development agreement, so you always have that option. So you could put all kinds of conditions on there because you don't have to grant this. This is for their benefit. However, I would say that the existing business is there, and I don't think he's proposing a different land use. He's just proposing the fence to go in. So if we decided to not, and Doug, help me out with this, if you decide not to approve the rezone to IL, then he will still be able to put a fence there, but it has to meet our design review requirements.
So it's just the request, just so that he can put a fence in?
The nature of the request is to put a less expensive fence than one that would be required in our commercial zoning. So,
I have one more question.
Yeah.
We just went through a whole discussion about changing a zone, right? You have a zone. So the industrial designation, light industrial, allows a whole different set of uses in this area than is currently allowed by commercial. So if he were to sell this property, then the new land use could totally shift from what is there today. And so what's very difficult is trying to put a development agreement on that, because then we've got to identify all the various approved land uses based on light industrial. So again, the whole purpose is to get a fence, right?
correct.
Okay.
Mayor Kling. But the question I asked was, would the fencing, could it be chain link abutting the IL zone? It wouldn't have to be the design review standard fence abutting IL, is that correct?
Christie, I might need to have you weigh in
Councilman
on that one.
Haverfield, if the fence is on the BC zoned portion of the property, it will have to meet design review codes.
Well, their property's BC, so are you saying that the whole perimeter of their property, since it's BC, would have that fencing requirement?
Yes, because it's a new fence and that's what the building permit is for.
Okay.
If the IL property had requested a fence,
Just to clarify, Christie, both properties are owned by that property owner.
right, I'm talking about the ones to the right that she was asking about that are zoned IL already. If they had gotten a commercial fence permit, they would only have to construct to the IL standard. But because the person who owns the BC property is the one pulling the permit, they would technically have to meet the BC design review requirements.
Did I hear you just say that the person that owns this property owns the property to the east as well?
No, to the north.
To the north? So they could come in with a fence permit and put a chain link fence up abutting this property if they wanted to?
Along that northern border, they could, but they're going to encompass the whole thing.
You mean along the eastern border?
No. If he used his northern property that's zoned industrial to pull the fence permit, then yeah, but it would bisect the
Even though it's abutting
project.
BC?
Just depends on who pulls the permit.
Well, he owns both sides, so
Right.
that's what
but
I'm hearing.
He's not putting a fence on that portion.
So they're not asking for this zone change for any specific use that they want to put in the buildings? Because they're just shell buildings, aren't they, at this point?
There are no buildings on this property other than some trailers and like a little,
So this isn't the property behind Zamzo's?
no.
No. This is behind Lowe's and the optics, or the optical.
No, what I'm looking at, Lowe's is to the east of this property that's defined.
Could you actually maybe give us a aerial view of the property? Is that Well, I know, but I'm just thinking that you could actually see what the businesses are.
Yeah.
The image on the left shows Lowe's.
This is Lowe's right here,
yeah.
and this is that optical, Stanton or Stanton? Stanton Optical.
Stanton Optical's on the corner, clear up.
Up here, yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, this is, yeah, I think, yeah.
So
That's right.
what the blue, outline in blue, is directly behind Zamzo's.
Yes, that's, my apologies, it
And
is.
there are
Yeah.
some industrial buildings already there.
There's industrial
Somewhere.
buildings, there are industrial uses around here. These are, over on these gray areas that we were referring to earlier, those are the brand-new industrial
Okay,
buildings.
so
down
those
in
are the
that
ones
area.
that are there. So
Yeah.
this isn't built on at this point.
No.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
I have a question, Doug. Wouldn't it have been easier to, or could they apply for a variance for their fence type rather than go through all this? Because I don't like putting us in a situation where it puts future councils in a mess, having changed something, just like we just got done talking about.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, that's a great question. They asked that same question. Problem is that the code only allows for a variance for a hardship or generally it's associated with the geography of the site. It doesn't have to do with cost of the fencing or or security or other factors. So that really wouldn't, the findings wouldn't really apply to that, or the code, the standards wouldn't apply to that.
Are you still go?
Wouldn't it be a hardship if they're experiencing theft? I'm pretty certain we've seen that come through for some other fence that we approved on a variance.
Yeah, the code is pretty clear that it has to be associated with the site or the geography of the site or an odd-shaped parcel or something to that effect.
So if we do change this and do a development agreement, allow a chain link fence, I know nothing about fences. I take it that Councilman Haverfield can speak to that, but something, as the mayor suggested, something that would be more lasting and more eye-appealing than slabs. Do we have, if we move that way, do we have recommendation of what type of fence could be an improvement over a chain link slab?
Yes.
Chain link can either be galvanized or it can be vinyl coated. I mean, it can be color. It can be different size of weaving. So there's a lot of different.
Well, the slabs kind of get, if I'm viewing this right, they get bent, they get
Well, you're
moved
talking
around.
about the slats themselves.
Yeah, yes.
Chain link is what it is. If you put slats in it, it's going to be.
Slats.
Yeah, it's going to be one or the other, whether they're wood or vinyl or some other metal. They're going to get abused.
Looks like Rodney wants to say something.
Mayor, we've talked about this option several times. If you want to require a nice fence, I think we have a couple of examples of that. One is on North Side. We required a really nice fence for that property that had used to have a whole bunch of pots, pottery and things. Do you remember it's a plumbing supply store now, but they have their yard full of their equipment and, their materials out there. And we required a really nice fence because it was in the BC zone. So if the wish of council is to have a really nice fence, you essentially can deny this application, and then they will be required to meet the standards of the BC zone.
Which is, when you look at it, just because to the north and to that, I think that's the east side, you've got industrial, the full south side is all commercial. They come right in behind a lot of commercial properties. And so I just, with all due respect, we're enlarging industrial right next to commercial. And if that property were to sell, then you've got the whole use of industrial area that has moved in right behind Lowe's and these other commercial properties. So,
Mayor Kling?
yes.
I know quite a bit about this area in that when I worked on the Stanton Optical on the corner, the same developer out of Florida wanted us to look into doing a hotel behind it because of the visibility to the interstate. The problem with this property back here is access. The only access that we could maybe come up with would be along the western edge of the Lowe's, and that's a private drive, connect Karcher to the boulevard. But that didn't happen. That property's since been sold. Something else has happened there. So the access back to Karcher won't take place. So the proximity of the rail line to the east really cuts back the ability to do anything related to traffic, as far as especially access for fire engine access and housing type developments won't happen back there. So it will be an IL, even though it's a brownfield site. It would have been a great site if we could have gotten that access. But now going forward, it's very limited, the people that will be going down Karcher Boulevard that would even see that fence, because it's behind Lowe's, it's behind Zamzo's, it's behind that other business that's more of a medical related now, I guess, in urgent care. So getting to the corner there, you can't even get back onto Napa Caldwell Boulevard there at Stanton. You have to go back to the east and try to filter through. So it's a tough site now. So visibility-wise with fencing, I'm not as concerned about now as I look at it, because I think that it's just going to be abutting other IL uses.
So I have a question then. If you look at it next to Lowe's, there is a drive aisle that goes by Lowe's, and it appears that the two properties, are they vacant to the other industrial property, those two parcels?
I'm sorry, Mayor, which
To
direction?
the right of the property project location, what is sitting on those two
No,
properties?
those are those brand-new buildings they've just put in.
Those are the new industrial buildings that went in?
Yeah, I have a picture.
Are they,
Oops.
okay,
Yeah, there are these buildings right here.
okay.
Yeah. Correct.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on.
It's nice, though, obviously, they have access.
Yeah.
They have access to get back there for that. So. Okay, council, if there are no further questions for Doug, this is a public hearing, so we'll go ahead and open public hearing. There is no one signed up to testify for public hearing, so is there anyone here that would like to testify this evening that did not get signed up? Is there anyone that would like to testify?
Not even Hubert.
Okay.
You're thinking of that.
Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And any closing comments or questions for Doug? What is the will of council?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would move to deny the comprehensive plan amendment from commercial to industrial designation, zoning map amendment from BC to IL zoning district, and potential development agreement at 1508 and 1510 West Karcher Road. Based on the following findings, because it's, I guess I fill in something there, would be that I don't think it's good to change the comp plan for this area.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to deny the zoning map, comprehensive plat map amendment.
Mayor, I'm
Rodney?
sorry, I think we need just a little more detail on those findings. We don't feel it's the appropriate change because what? What are the reasons?
Would it be because of your alignment to the commercial? Is that sufficient?
Yeah.
Incompatibility? Okay,
Not reasonably compatible.
okay,
Not reasonably compatible, I would.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So, this discussion time.
Discussion time.
So, design review committee then, if we do not change and they still would desire to put in a fence, then we can at least work with them, the nice looking fence, but it'd help them with the cost as much as possible. I'm seeing a nod of heads. Is that you guys can,
Yeah, we'll do our best. There are certain conditions in the BC zone, so two materials, it has to be decorative of some kind. It can't be chain link. So there's a few things that are going to cost them a good amount of money.
Okay, I'm concerned. The site is so important. I'd heard from Councilman Haverfield early on, and that's why I struggle with not going out and being able to see these sites in person before these public hearings. But that's the way legal is, I guess. So the thing is, though, this is a business that's been established for some time. So we are now, they're wanting security. There must be some concerns there as far as, vandalism or whatever the case might be. So now we're going to increase their costs. And what is this business actually, what are they actually moving? How does it affect the consumer?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Bruner, this is equipment sales.
Okay, so whenever you have a business, you have fixed costs, and most of the people on this council have been in business. If it's labor costs, whatever the cost is, we know inflationary costs. In my past history, it was food cost and labor. Then what happens? You pass it on to the consumer, and then it may hurt them competitively. So if what Councilman Haverfield is saying, this is not a site situation, I'm not in favor of causing these type of challenges for businesses that's been in business for some time in Napa. I want to protect businesses here in Napa. I realize we have to have code enforcement and so on. So anyway, at this point in time, I wish I was out there and could see it in person and get a better view, but I probably will not be. The motion that's been made, I will be not voting yes on it.
How long has this business been at that location? Do we have any idea?
Mayor, I think per the narrative, they've been there since the 70s.
Okay, for some time. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Yes.
I was trying to form a thought after Darrell, but he kept talking and I forgot what I was going to say.
That's age thing.
Oh, the IL zone, again, back to the adjacent property owners constructing a chain link fence abutting a BC, that could still take place. In fact, if this property owner owns some of the property that's IL, they could, in essence, put a chain link fence on the IL side, is what I'm hearing.
Councilman Haverfield?
Oh, hi.
In about 30 minutes, you're going to be voting on the design review standards for industrial zones.
Uh-oh.
So if someone were to come in tomorrow with a commercial fence permit in any of those zones, then they would be held to that design review standard.
Oh, okay. My only other concern tonight, Mayor, is, and this is, I'm sorry, Christie, that's all I needed. I was going to borrow one of Councilman Rodriguez's points, is that, why didn't they show up tonight to defend themselves for this? It would have made a lot more sense if we could have listened to the rationale behind it. And the fact that they didn't show up was kind of the reason why I seconded the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes.
Like I said, I'm a lot like Darrell. I'm really torn. But I've made a lot of decisions in the past when they didn't show up. But it's hard for me to change, to make a comp plan change when no one's here to discuss why. So that's why I'll be in favor this time.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the request. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Brunner.
No.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. So I think we're ready to move on to item 8.3 on the agenda. The next 2 public hearings are both Nampa City Code text amendments, but they are separate. Well, actually, are we doing them all together? Are we doing them totally separate? Is your presentation on both?
Mayor, we're going to do the various code changes that apply to the comprehensive plan changes that you guys approved in February as one, and then we'll do design review as a separate one.
Okay, which is the second one?
Yeah, that's the last one.
Okay. Okay, so the first one is, this is the Nampa City Code text amendment to change Title 5, Chapter 2, tree service and definitions, tree service to add definitions add references to the Treasure Valley tree selection. Oh my goodness, and then Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 3, and then Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13. These are specific pieces of it, Chapter 22, 26, 27, 31. And then, and then we're going to talk about our specific, and pardon? 33. And 33. Thank you. Okay, so I didn't want to read all of the text. That's a very quick overview. It is as noted in the agenda. Doug, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I promise it's not as painful as it looks. So I have this evening, we have Daryl and Cody here to answer any questions about Title V, which is really the tree code or the parks and trees. So there are some code changes that Parks is proposing, and they are in your staff report. If it be the will of the council, I could go do a very high-level discussion, if that's the will. Okay. So there were several definitions that were added in order to provide clarity to the code, which was the first section. In the next sections, the code talks about an application for tree-related items, and we're changing that to a permit. That permit will then go through the city forester. If it's a permit that's more robust, then there is a tree, it's a tree committee that the permit could go before to have a recommendation. This permitting process is important in terms of being able to determine what things can be attached to a tree, the placement of signage that may be blocked by a mature tree, and pruning in the permits that are required for that. On the variance side, the species and the spacing based on mature tree size and the way that trees are treated with tree grades and size per city code are discussed in that section. In terms of street tree removal in the right-of-way, that's the next section, and the tree replacement is really largely controlled and determined by the city forester and by the Treasure Valley Tree Selection Guide, which was the guide used for selecting trees. The section on trees on private property, it's really talking about maintaining trees so they don't block pedestrian and right-of-way, and also the use of a licensed tree contractor for work in the right-of-way. There's some talk about tree protection. Of particular note, a heritage tree, what that means and what the rules are regarding heritage trees. Largely, it's up to a landowner to determine if they want to determine that a tree could be called a heritage tree, and then that would be brought to the tree committee. The other safety factors are also included, including use of PPE, which is personal protection equipment, and licensed tree contractors in the licensing procedure for tree removal and protection of trees. In terms of pest and disease prevention, this is also discussed in the code. There's been some changes in the nomenclature as to how that's presented, and also the abatement process when a tree's been removed and everything needs to be cleaned up in a 48-hour time frame. The builder's permit tree obligation, this really just talks about when a plan comes before us and it's implemented, that it has to follow a procedure that's 2 trees to be planted elsewhere on the lot if the front yard is not available, references to the guide, clarifying language for self-certification, and the costs associated with the repair of hard surfaces. So that's all discussed in the code. And then in utilities, this talks about locating trees underneath power lines and not on or within 5 feet of any underground water line, sewer line, or transmission line or utility line. So that's new to the code. And also discusses safety standards in the ANSI code. And then there's a new section about tree canopy preservation and the protection of desirable trees, and landscape plans that show trees that need to be retained, the protecting trees during construction, and mitigation requirements. So that's all I have on Title 5. Maybe I could take some questions if there are any about that title before I go into the next.
Mayor Kling?
Thank you. Yes.
So House Bill 271 didn't find its way out of the drawer someplace. So what we're talking about doing here now is basically setting ourselves up so we don't have those concerns going forward if the state legislature makes some changes. What our ordinance says will stand.
Yeah, and so it also, it requires the developer, whoever wants to put in a sign, you're referencing the sign ordinance, whoever wants to put in a sign has to work with the city on locating that sign so that we're in sync with the tree locations and the signage, so we don't come upon the issue that came up a couple of years ago with the billboards and so forth.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other? Excuse me, are there any other questions? I'm not sure, in answer to, I'm just thinking about that, and I was just looking to see if Rick was here, but I'm thinking the state statute would trump our ordinance.
Well, that's what I thought.
I think it would. Victor, is that correct? I don't know if you're familiar with that particular bill, which was brought forward, and it was really focused on Nampa. Is that correct, that it would trump our code?
Yes, Mayor, the state code would preempt
Any ordinance we have
local
in
ordinance.
place? Correct. That's what I was thinking.
As long as it's held in committee, it's not being voted on. And
Correct,
it
but it's-
sounded like it was a Nampa-specific bill.
It is, because they really don't care for our code. But I tell you what, we are a city of trees designation. Trees are important. There was tremendous opposition across the state from a number of different entities. And I would assume that our tree ordinance is not significantly different than other community tree ordinances. Have we done that research? We have. And so I see, just so, since maybe others can't see the nodding, and the answer to that is yes, we have done the research. Cody, would you like to answer that question? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Great question. A lot of these changes proposed that we've worked closely with P&Z for several years, but a lot of the language changes were to address some of the concerns that maybe came out of this, what created the House Bill 271. And Councilman Haverfield, from what I understand, is that has not moved forward. I went a couple weeks ago and spoke to the committee, and it sounds like it's, so far as I've heard, it has not moved forward. So we want Nampa's code to be more understandable, relatable to the business owners that have a good process to follow so that these decisions can continue to be made here with your body rather than at the state level.
Thank you. Excellent answer. Thank
Cody?
you. Yes.
Before you step down, so the Treasure Valley Tree Selection Guide, that's been available for years. Have we not been utilizing it?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we have. I think this code just references that guide in a couple different additional locations than it previously did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the tree side? Okay, Doug, we'll let you go to Title 10.
All right, thank you. Just as a side too, that tree guide is being updated this year as well with the work of the drought tolerance force. So a little bit more in my world here. So in Chapter 3, we've now, with a change to the comprehensive plan, cottage cluster development is allowed in the ag zone, but the density has to remain low. It has to remain low density. And so this change to the code, there's a reference footnote that indicates that the code behind that is in Chapter 26. So that's a way of preserving open space and getting the housing in there, the cluster housing. And then in that same section, there were just a couple of changes about multifamily development in the BC zone. If there's a residential mixed-use comprehensive plan designation and there's a BC zone or a D, I guess it's just the BC zone in that area, that that has to be allowed with certain designations as a PUD or an MPC. So that's similar to a development agreement in that area. In Title 10, the chapters dealing with residential, we just added a new chart based on gross density versus net density. And these charts are much simpler for a developer to use. Just as a note that we added minimum property widths and mean property depths to Chapter 8, which is the RS section, so that it's spelled out very clearly. Somebody can go right to the code and find the answer to what lot sizes and the density that they can utilize within a certain zoning district. Chapter 6, the ag, and 7, the RA zones. The RA is large lot development. So again, we talk about cluster development in there, and the gross density that it shall not exceed 2.5 dwelling units per acre. It's limited to single-family development, and it talks about the garage and the driveway lengths and various variations to lot size and bulk requirements in the chapter that were not there before. In Chapter 31, in the specific area plans, we rescinded the entire chapter because it just dealt with the airport. And we added the airport back in, and also now Highway 16 and Highway 2026, and the standards that are associated with those specific area plans. And then in Title 10, Chapter 22, parking, after the drought tolerant task force met, we changed just one section in there that had to do with the interrupts or the islands in a parking area, and that turf is prohibited in those, and that they can use grasses and ground covers and rock instead. We don't really have too many interrupts that use turf, so it's not significant, but it's needed. And then in the Chapter 26, we just discussed the ratios of commercial to residential, and in the community mixed use and residential mixed use areas, and the lot size and the density was simplified in that code. And it talks about cottage and cluster development, and then qualified open space now is required in PUDs and MPCs, right? It was only required in the MPCs, but now it's required in planned unit developments. And kind of the same things with the subdivision chapter. We did move the cottage cluster development standards to Chapter 26 because it's kind of a variation of a subdivision. And qualified open space elements are now required in the subdivision chapters as well, so for subdivision development. And those are specific types of open space elements that are spelled out pretty clearly. It leaves an option for other options as well that could be brought forth to the Planning Commission and the council. And then in Chapter 33, there were significant changes because of the drought tolerant task force. A lot of the language changed. I won't go through a lot of detail about that. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight there was that 75% of shrubs and ground covers now need to be low or moderate water users. That's still a very large palette that landscape architects and designers can use. And same thing for the trees, that 75% threshold. And then in landscape and irrigation plans are now required for 1 acre or more. And then that was it through the code changes, and here are the motions, and then again, I'd be glad to take any questions on Title 10.
So are there questions for Doug, Councilman Haverfield?
Can you speak to the drought tolerant interrupts? Do we have a requirement as far as for solar shading, as far as on asphalt surfaces for parked vehicles? Or is that the shade structures themselves that satisfies that requirement now?
The shade structures, Mayor, Council Member, the shade structures can in the apartment, multifamily types of developments, and even in commercial. But most of the times we require a tree in those interrupts so that we have trees in the parking lots.
Okay, but I guess what I thought I heard you say was that you didn't have to have a tree, you could use other materials there. As far as the interrupts, they wouldn't have to have a tree necessarily.
A turf.
A turf?
Turf, yeah.
But
no
still a
turf
tree
is
would be
allowed.
required in those interrupts?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
but we're not as advanced as Eagle and Boise as far as having to quantify the amount of solar shade that's going to be provided. Hopefully, we don't go to that level because it's very painful.
Yeah, I don't know how much time I would have to evaluate that, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other, yes?
Yeah, Doug, one thing that I really wonder about is Chapter 27, land use space between each residences in mixed use. Right now, I often wonder, why are these houses so close together in these new developments? So does this ordinance change the distance between residences both sides? Or is it still going to allow that?
It depends, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, it depends on the type of development. So typical single-family development detached is 5 feet to the property line on either side. That's standard. But as the zone increases and lot size increases, that side property line increases as well. So it's kind of proportional. When you talk about duplexes or multifamily, then the duplexes can have a 0 lot line. Well, actually, a duplex wouldn't. A townhome could have a 0 lot line. A multifamily, there are distances as well that are required to the property lines. This code didn't really address changes to those setbacks, so.
Okay, so, but regarding to the landscaping of these areas, then it will affect the distance between, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
But as
question.
far as the new code is concerned, under the landscaping, that the distance between lot lines, or, the size of the lots, would change a little bit then.
In general, the code is, we're trending a little bit more towards a larger lot in the code.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Rodney?
And just to note, we will be bringing back this topic to council in an upcoming workshop. That's on our list of things to cover with you.
Good, thank you.
The 5-foot setbacks, I think that's possibly scheduled for April
Okay,
workshop.
good job, Doug.
Okay, are there any other questions? Yes, Councilman
One,
Haverford.
again, getting the weeds. Parking stalls 9 by 20. Are they allowed to be 9 by 20, or actually 9 by 18 with a 2-foot overhang of a curb, like a sidewalk? Or is it going away that you have to be 9 by 20 plus the 6-foot sidewalk?
I'm going to ask our current planner to help with that.
So it is 9 by 20 plus the 6-foot sidewalk? Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, thank you, Doug. So this is a public hearing, and again, we don't have anyone signed up to testify for the public hearing. Is there anyone here today that had intended to testify? Seeing no one, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Doug at this time? Okay, what is the will of the council regarding the city code text amendments as stated?
Well, Mayor, I guess I'll make the motion to approve the Napa City Code text amendments to change Title 5, Chapter 2, Tree Service, entitled 10, Planning and Zoning, with staff proposed findings as presented in the staff report, and direct the Planning and Zoning Director and the City Attorney to draft an ordinance for reading at a future City Council meeting in the City of Nampa.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Are there questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so we have another public hearing, but I have a quick question. Does anybody else need a bathroom break?
Been there, done that already.
Yes? Okay, could we take a 5-minute bathroom break? It's been about 2.5 hours since we've been here. So we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break. Let's be fast, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on, and thank you all for waiting. We're ready to move forward. Item 8.4 on the agenda. This is an action item, and Christy, you're there. I was looking for you. I couldn't see you underneath there. So this is the Nampa City Code text amendment change to Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 34. And I'm trying to shorten this, Chapter 3410.
Do you want to read?
And Chapter 3410B. I think I covered it all.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, the action requested from you is to do a text amendment for Chapter 34, which is our design review chapter, and to adopt the associated design review guideline document. I'm going to run through this pretty quickly. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. We did some meetings to do the industrial design review. We met with the development community, we met with architects, we met with you folks on a couple of occasions. This is a list of all of those meetings. Let's see. So the guideline document, you guys have all of this in front of you if you want to follow along. The guideline document has provided text and pictures to show the intent of what is expected from developers and our committee, the commission, and the council when making design review decisions. We have shown photos of encouraged treatments for mechanical equipment, screening, and certain types of fencing. We've also shown examples of exterior lighting that will enhance the features of the structure. We've also shown examples of primary entrances and interesting roof lines that could be approved. And we've shown photos of extensive wall lengths and the articulation that could be achieved for larger buildings. We've also given a list of potential mitigation measures when certain elements cannot be met. For instance, the appearance of glass using other types of treatments, or the clustering of glass near the primary entrance when the use of a building dictates the size and location of those windows. So in Chapter 34, we added the IP, IL, and IH. The IP will be included in the regular design review code section for commercial projects. The IL and IH will get their own section. IL projects will be subject to administrative review only unless a waiver to the code is requested, and then they will go to the committee. We added the highway corridors in reference to the primary facade, and for commercial design review, we increased from 2 elements to 3 elements. Decrease the wall length from 100 feet to 50 to provide jogs and offsets. Now, that's not to be mistaken for every 50 feet. It's just if your wall length is longer than 50 feet, you have to provide a certain amount of jogs and offsets. Overhead doors that create indoor-outdoor spaces shall be reviewed by the committee, and trash receptacles shall be enclosed with durable materials as opposed to vinyl fencing. In the industrial design review, 2 elements are required. Glazing is required on the primary facades. If there's only one, it's 10%. If there are 2 primary facades identified because of the orientation of the building, one facade should have 7% and one facade should have 5%. Any one material on the primary facade cannot exceed 70% of the exposed wall face, and any one material on any other facade cannot exceed 70% of the exposed wall face. Walls that exceed 100 feet in length, again, shall be broken up by jogs and offsets. Wing fences and fences that face the right-of-way shall meet those design review standards with the 2 elements required. So, those were all the changes. I will stand for any questions.
Christy, thank you so much. Are there any questions, Councilman Haverfield?
Get back to page where I read this. So all industrial buildings will have a staff level review unless there's seeking exception to the code. Is that correct still?
That's correct.
Okay. And we had in the direction from city leadership was to require design review on all facades in an industrial park. Is that correct?
So in an industrial park, we have defined as something that they have to do in a PUD. So the definition for industrial park is not to be confused with our actual industrial park zone.
Okay.
It's its own thing, and they'll have to get a planned unit development for that, and they will have to identify in the concept plan what they anticipate to be the primary facades of those buildings.
So not necessarily all facades then. If it's, If the,
Right.
is that again, a staff level review or is that commission level?
It'll be a staff level review, and especially if they do go through the PUD process and provide us with a concept, that's gonna make our job a whole lot easier, because we'll know exactly what we're looking at. We'll be able to have the Planning and Zoning Commission approve up front what those facades are gonna look like, which way they're facing, and whether or not we even need to look at them.
Okay, good. I'll talk to you about that one tomorrow, too.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions at this time? Christy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and again, we do not have anyone signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that would like to testify? Good evening, Chris. Thank you for joining us. Feel free to, again, share your name and address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Chris Veloz, 721 Fifth Street, South Nampa, Idaho. I am also on the Design Review Committee. So I just came up here to encourage you to adopt these changes within the plan. They're pretty reasonable in the light and industrial, heavy industrial. They're manageable. I attended the workshop that you had a couple weeks ago, and it's one of these things where like an applicant would come to you, Mr. Haverfield, and say, well, we want to build this industrial building. What's the process that we need to go through? And if you say, well, this is desired by the city of Nampa, so, and then you would present it, what's options and jogs, fenestration, glazing. I'll give you a couple examples of heavy industrial that work pretty well. Amalgamated sugar. It's a brick veneer building with block glazing and vertical lines, and I mean it's a large structure scale-wise, but it also works. Another building, it's not in an industrial area, it's actually in a gateway business zone, is the Amazon building. But you could put that in an industrial, light industrial, heavy industrial zone. It's got some good scale, but there are elements on it, jogs, reveals, relief, shadow, elements like that, pitch, changing pitch of roof, changing plane. Those are things that are desirable. So, like I said, I would encourage you to adopt the text as presented. They're reasonable changes. It would go before staff. You had a discussion earlier this evening about fencing, and it would not allow chain link fencing in industrial areas. But I mean, a good example of fencing that works is along Nampa-Caldwell Boulevard. There's a metal, there's a storage building with metal fencing, and it has a split face block and landscaping, hard landscaping, rocks and things like that, and it works. And those are the kind of things that we'd like to see. So I would, like I said, I encourage you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Chris, thank you both for your service and being willing to stay late and testify tonight. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I've sat in on several of the meetings, so I've been a part of the dialogue moving forward. So, and as a design professional, it's nice to know where the boundaries are to work within. So I'll make the motion to approve the Napa City Code text amendment to change Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 34, Design Review and Design Review Guidelines document with staff findings as presented in the staff report tonight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Christy? I'm hiding from you. I keep looking over there. I just wanted to say thank you. Really appreciate your work. This took quite a while, or a lot of meetings, a lot of discussions. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Great job.
I'm glad we finally have something we can work with.
Yes, thank you. Rodney, thank you very much. Okay, we are going to go back through the agenda, kind of starting at the beginning where we skipped away, and we're going to move to staff communications. And Patrick, we're going to start with you. followed up by Tom Points.
Thank you, Mary. Just going to take me a second to share my PowerPoint. Oh, come on.
Mayor Kling, I just wanted to advise you that there is a couple here for one of our action items.
Oh. And you know, I was just candidly, I was just thinking about that because you guys have waited through the entire public hearing process, of which I apologize that we didn't get to it ahead of time. I don't know for that item that we're going to need the presentation screen, is that correct? I'm wondering if we should just go ahead and move, Patrick, if you don't mind.
That's fine, you bet.
Let's pause and shift over to item 7.2 on the agenda. That way, you guys don't have to sit through our staff reports. And thank you, Victor, because I just thought of that, and I wish I would have, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. So, right now, we're talking about new business item 7.2. This is an action item, and this was to authorize the award of Brant Park Phase 3 bid to TDX Power Services in the amount of $3,387,380. This was approved in the FY23 budget with park impact fees. We did have a public testimony come forward earlier. And so as we step into this item, Darren, if you could speak to the comments that were from earlier.
Sure.
Regarding
yeah,
the bid and the
Thank
bid
you.
requirements.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Darren Johnson, Parks and Recreation Director. Yeah, this bid was for Brant Park, which includes a pickleball court, a basketball court, a diamond field, a restroom, a shelter, and parking lot. And so it's quite a big project. And we put out a bidding process. It was a formal bid. As you can see on the screen, we received 6 companies that bid for this project. They were in sealed envelopes, and then we did do an opening. We're here to recommend TDX as they met all qualifications, and they were the apparent low bidder. I can address some of the comments that were made from Diamond Construction. One of the issues that we had concerning the pickleball courts, our requirements are we're doing a post-tension concrete pickleball court. In our particular packet and the instructions, it did require certain certifications and an amount of sports courts to be built. In fact, 10 sports courts in the last 2 years. I guess to clarify a little bit, when it may have come across that Diamond wasn't able to bid on the project, that's not completely accurate. They were able to bid on the contract. They just, in fact, had to get a subcontractor like the others for the pickleball court section. And so I would mention that TDX and Diamond Contractors both had Renner Sports as the subcontractor. So when everything's equal, if you took out the pickleball courts, it would appear that TDX is still the low bidder. Don't have any issue with Diamond Construction. They've done some of our projects before, but they were also the low bidder. We're not able to just go out and choose who we would like to do a project. There's a formal process for it. The only way that we can look at quality and expect quality is to put qualifications in. And that's what we did with this pickleball court. The work is very precise work. We didn't want to have issues with the court. What we're experiencing what we're experiencing with some of our other park projects are turnover in their foremans on the project, inexperience. And so really, these qualifications are simply to protect the city and for us to get the best product that we can without issue. I would advise that I have spoken to legal. Joe Borton reviewed our packet, reviewed the letter, felt comfortable with the process, just as we feel comfortable with the process. I do think that TDX would also have issue if this gets thrown out because they did follow all the guidelines. They had the same subcontractor as Diamond Contractors did in the for the subconsultant that they had. And so it is our recommendation that we award the bid to TDX Power Services for the amount of $3,387,380.
Mayor, just a question. So with both TDX and Diamond having to use a subcontractor, how much did that increase the price of the bid?
Well, I don't know how much it would increase that. Certainly, the post-tension concrete is certainly more expensive than some of the courts that we've done, but they also last longer. It's kind of, I guess the comparison would be if you were building a deck using Trex or composite.
And I'm not
wood.
getting, so by having us 10 courts or whatever in a 2-year period, neither TDX or Diamond had that qualification. Do you know whether TDX and Diamond have done these tension? I know I've seen pickleball courts. I don't know what you're talking about with all the tension.
Yeah.
Have they done these in a lesser amount, or do you have any idea?
Yeah, I don't know. And the thing that I'll point out, Councilman, is we don't go and interview. We just put the specifications in. And so we could rebid it, but we wouldn't, and with different qualifications, but we still wouldn't know if Diamond would be the lowest
I guess,
bidder.
I realize qualification. What I'm getting at, taxpayer money, okay? And so that's what I'm trying to get at, is find out by if we're over qualifying this, if TDX and Diamond, I don't care either one or any other one, have done what you want done, and those courts are holding up and performing well. I guess I would think anytime you use a subcontractor, and we have people here that use subcontractors, that's going to cost more if you use someone else other than you just doing it yourself.
Yeah, because we didn't bid it out that way, I can't quantify what the difference would be.
Mayor Kling. Maybe I'll get in the weeds a little bit, try not to. My only experience with post-tension concrete is I did work on 2 hotel projects, and so it was vertical, it was above ground. Do you have unstable soils out there that would require you to use post-tension concrete on the surface to keep there from being settlement issues? I can't, the cost associated with a post-tension concrete slab versus just even a regular concrete slab, it would be considerable.
Yeah, so through our research, and we have a designer, it's quite common now just because of the longevity. Again, looking at taxpayer dollars, trying to prevent maintenance in the future, that many of the courts that are being built today are being built with this post-tension. And with the thought that they last longer and they require less maintenance and don't have cracking issues.
So the thickness of the concrete has to be more to be able to fit the parabolic shape of the reinforcing bar or cables that go through the slab. I'm just wondering, what is the price difference between a regular 4-inch concrete slab on a compacted surface versus a post-tension concrete? How many times could you replace the one, even if it was an asphalt surface like NNU has? Obviously, we've seen cracking out there. Darrell trips in it all the time when he plays tennis out there.
Because I don't lift my feet,
But, you know, the cost associated with other surfaces versus this, sure, it's going to last longer, but how much of a price difference is there? And the surface is going to wear off just like it would on a regular asphalt or concrete surface. So it's not the surface material, it's basically that slab that you're putting on the ground, keeping it intact, I guess, is what you're paying extra for.
Correct.
So you don't know how much of a price difference.
Yeah, when we were researching it, of course, it's hard because it's estimating and we didn't bid it out in two different ways like that. But they expect it's about a third more for the post tension concrete, rather in regards to, and I can't remember if that is compared to just concrete or if that is compared to asphalt. I can't remember what that.
I'm sure it's just with concrete, because the cost associated with the post-tensioning system itself is pretty elaborate. So anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get in the weeds, Mayor.
Councilman Reynolds?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the fact of the matter is that this was bid on plans and specs, and TDX was a low number. And then you go in and you qualify the contractor, and he met the qualifications. So the bid stands unless in a public works bidding process. In the future, if you wanted to do it a different way to cover your bases, you could bid it with a regular slab pour or slab placement and then do a post tension as an alternate and see where those numbers come on, and whether or not you accept the alternate is up to the owner. And so
It's a good idea.
that might
Thank
be
you.
something you could do for transparency. PT concrete is more expensive to do by quite a bit. It's a lot tougher process to do. And it does require a qualified contractor to do PT stuff. It's a dangerous process if you don't know what you're doing.
So, and
Those
do you
are
have
good
an,
comments.
yeah, do you have an idea on the extended life? I know you mentioned maybe a third more, but my understanding is the research is showing that the repairs are fewer and the life is extended.
Yeah, I think it's depending on, the amount of play and where in the process. But we've heard like double the lifespan.
Okay. Thank
Because, I'm getting, I can't speak accurately because we've been using asphalt to some extent, and so I can't remember if the numbers that we heard were in regards to asphalt or just the concrete without the post-tension.
So Mayor, what do you have at Lions Park? Tennis courts?
Asphalt.
That's asphalt. And those tennis, and what's
a few
the
years.
time you've had to recondition those?
They're only a few years old.
The tennis courts at Lions Park?
Correct. They were rebuilt.
Okay.
Maybe 5 years ago. I can't
And
remember.
how are they holding up?
Just fine so far.
So when
Just
they were
fine.
rebuilt, when were they originally put in?
When did they get originally?
long
built?
time
Right, so I'm just thinking what that lifespan, but they were probably in bad shape
They
before we
they
rebuilt
were
them.
They were in
way
bad
past
shape,
due
Way
they-
past.
for
Okay,
for
But
decades,
they said
probably.
for 5
Okay.
years, they seem to be holding up
Yeah.
well with asphalt, with the reconditioning.
Yeah. Mhm. Like I said, it's, I think it's the trend that you're seeing in some of the sports courts and Renner Sports, the subcontractor, they have built courts in the valley. And so it seems to be quite popular, but again, a little bit more expensive, but we believed it was worth it. So when we researched it.
thank you. Are there any other questions for Darren? Okay, council, there is an opportunity to vote on 7.2 on the agenda. What is the will of the council?
Mayor, and I don't like the delaying projects, but I would like to see an amount with an alternate bid as far as without this elaborate system. And I would just like to see the difference. I think the Councilman Haverfield, what he said, I mean, if you need to replace it, but it's cheaper to replace it again than put this in initially, and from a time standpoint, I have no idea. I just would like to see some more figures, and then like I said, I repeat, hate to delay the thing, but taxpayers I want to make sure we're treating them the best properly. Just because they think this is a great system, I mean, you know, all the time, there's all these new things, new fads, new whatever, and maybe this is by far the best way to go from a cost standpoint, but I want to see it. So.
Mayor Kling, just as a description of what post-tensioning is normally it's a slab that spans between two vertical elements, like a floor, and the cabling is draped down so that when it's pulled tight, it causes an upward reaction off of that cable as it pushes up. So even in that case, you've got rebar that goes along with the draped cabling, and then the post-tensioning obviously is something that's unique. But I think if you had a regular concrete slab with either a fiber mesh or a welded wire fabric in it, it's going to hold up over time, just like most of your driveways don't have the reinforcing in it. So to your point, I think you could look at an alternative method, save some money, but then again, I mean, we go off of your direction, obviously. And so I appreciate that you went through bid process. You did identify a qualified bidder that met your criteria. So I'm okay with that. Is this time sensitive?
You know, I think it'd be costly to rebid, to go out and rebid. So there's a cost to that.
But as a bid alternate, could you just describe a different system? Or would you have to go through the whole process of detailing a completely different system?
Yeah, we'd have to, I'd have to think about that because now everybody knows, you know, they've seen the numbers and where they've come in. I'd have to think about that and visit with legal. Like I said, we felt comfortable with the project. I think it was bid correctly. It could call into judgment whether the pickleball part of it is necessary. But when you look at, when we had 6 bidders, which is quite a few more than we usually get. And so I think that kind of tells you that it was a good project. They were all able to bid it, didn't exclude anybody that we know of. They were able to find the sports court company, which is out of, they operate, I believe, out of Salt Lake City, but do a lot of work in this valley. You know, it'd be our preference to move it forward and at least experiment with this post-tension and see how it holds up and to see if it will meet the needs and the requirements of much longevity. And so, and the next time we do a court, we can come back and visit with that, but this would give us something to gauge ourselves.
Mayor, just a quick comment, and I'm not questioning the bidding process, totally done properly. And I realize this is just one segment of a much larger project. When you say costly to send it out to rebid, educate me. What do you mean by, what are we talking about? Are we talking about $50,000 to rebid it, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be 50,000. I would have to go to Jensen Belts, our project. They would have to redo the manual. It would go throughout the bidding process and then respec it because they've all,
So I
because it's been
probably
spec'd.
should know, what's the segment of this bid? What's the dollar amount for the pickleball with this process?
My guess would be about 400,000. So it's about probably 7-8% of the project in all. So the rest, and that's what I'm saying, if you take the pickleball courts out, they both had Renner Sports as the sub for, the first and second both had Renner Sports for the sub. So if you took that out, which would mean if you were TDX, you would argue that, hey, everything else, I was the low bidder. Right. And I think it's an issue.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
So just to clarify, it might help you out a little bit, Darrell.
Thank you.
So at this point, the way that it's been bid for plans and specs, we would have to reject all bids, and then it would have to be gone back to the design professional, and we'd have to pay him to do an amended set of plans and specs, and then put it out to rebid. That's the process that it would be for public works bidding. And then it would be maybe a whole new group of bidders, or who knows?
We'll be starting over.
It'd be starting over. So the numbers would definitely reflect that. But we would also have to pay for that design professional twice.
And it more than likely would not get done this year. That is ready to go
And
to
then that's
bid.
my,
And
my concern is the time issue, and if you went the cheaper route, I guess you're saving maybe $200,000.
Yeah, there's a big, I will say that there's, certainly a big interest in pickleball right now. And, we get a lot of requests for when the next pickleball courts are going to be coming. And so that would be the timely thing. Like I said, we certainly understand. We think that it's, our research, looking at it, we think that it's worth, and I know that without bidding it both ways, and I like Councilman Reynolds' idea, and if we could go back, we would have probably maybe done an alternate like that, so we could have compared. But I guess we are where we are right now, and we'd really like to move forward with the project.
Councilman Haverfield?
So the original estimate of cost was how much?
About 3.2, I believe.
So we are over the budget you had allowed for this project?
So on the budgeting, so as we talked about the amendment earlier, we tried to, because this particular project's going to go over, it's scheduled to be done in May of next year. So it'll start, they have May till next year to complete it. So we'll shore up anything that is due. But I think we tried to budget a little lower because we knew that some of the money is going to come into fiscal year next year. Does that make sense, like what we talked about?
So you didn't have any bid alternates bid into the project then?
No.
To Councilman Reynolds' point, I think that's important, just like I asked Patrick earlier about having bid alternates in your projects so that you can get it back into the budgeted amount. That's always a good idea. That would have been one of the first things that could have been offered as a cost savings feature to get you back into the budget amount that you would have anticipated.
Yeah, that was, and I think there's two different things, Councilman, one is I believe that the engineer's estimate, if I remember right, was about 3.2. Budgeting, of course, we budgeted quite a while ago, trying to budget some in this fiscal year, knowing that we'll come back in next fiscal year and shore that up. So there wasn't like there's certainly impact fee money that is available to cover this.
So last question, the basketball court, what surface is it?
It will be ribboned concrete with asphalt.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions, discussion? Okay, what is the will of the council on this item?
Mayor, again, this is just one of those projects that I wish that maybe we'd have had a little bit more opportunity to help Darren through. But that happens. I think the bid process was proper, the way that it was handled. The lowest responsible bidder was identified. They met the criteria. So I would make the motion to, I don't see it here on the screen, to authorize there it is, award of the bid to TDX Power Services for the amount of $3.387380 as presented to us in our packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Mayor, I do have a question.
Okay.
So Darren, if we went backwards, to save a little money, it would cost us more, correct?
Councilman, it's hard to tell where bids would come in. I mean, you can look up at the sheet. Everybody bid on the exact same thing up here. And there's $1 million apart between the top bid, or the lowest bid, and the high bid. And so the reason that I'm not a little evasive on how much things would cost is until you bid it out like an exact way, you just don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You just don't know where that comes in
Yeah.
at.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes.
And I'll be voting yes reluctantly, but whenever advantage, I realize we go with a low bid, but let's be, I mean, I don't have a problem with favoritism to local contractors.
Right.
And encouraging them, and if they need to come lower, I have no problem with letting them know they need to come lower, but to use local is by far my priority. And so in the future, hopefully we'll do that.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just a comment. Normally, the $4 million bid would be tossed anyway because it's just out of perspective. But there's only an 8% difference between the other 5 bidders, which is a pretty tight bid.
And Madam Mayor, I just had comment, echo what Randy says. It's some good bidding on that. There's not good numbers there, and I'm surprised you got that many bids in today's market. I also like local contractor preference, but it's a real fine line there because for like my company, we work all over the valley and we work in other states, and we have this issue at the state level where they want local contractor preference. That's great till we go to Oregon or Washington or somewhere else and they're like, hey, you pulled this on us. We don't want you here. We have reciprocity with a lot of different states and also counties, so we have to be careful about preference on local contractors, just to put some clarity to it. I'm in the same position. There's times I wish that I could have preference, but it doesn't work that way.
Okay. If there's no further comment, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you for waiting so late tonight. We
Wanted to
appreciate it.
speak, but not allowed to speak.
I know we're not allowed to speak because it's not a public hearing, but you're always welcome to send us a letter too, and your wife did a really good job. So, but feel free to follow up with any written communication. But thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
if I may, write a letter and put those specifics so we live and learn, okay? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so let's go back to staff reports. Patrick.
Hello, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. Mayor, Council, thanks for having me tonight. I want to bring you up to speed on our Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee meeting that we had on March 8th. There's some, we presented FY22 results, both our revenue, balance forward, our revenue, and then also what was spent, the expenses in FY22. We also discussed a few capital improvement plan changes, which did not change the overall fees. And I'm going to run through a slideshow here in a moment. We also talked a little bit about annual increases, and we'll go over recommendations that the committee has for council. And we also discussed having a new impact fee study, but we're going to revisit that with a meeting with them in May to give them more information on what that study would entail, and that way they could make an informed decision. We didn't have enough time to really bear that out. The other thing is that there are a few recommendations for changing the impact fee ordinance with regard to the timing of when we actually have an annual increase. And then what's the year time period prior to that we would use to inform that recommendation. And then lastly, we also discussed the need to possibly go from a 2-year term to a 4-year term to keep some institutional knowledge within the committee. And then also pull the membership requirements out of the ordinance. And we'll go over this, but out of the current ordinance, because our current ordinance in the impact fee ordinance, every change you make, including the members, it needs to actually have a public hearing, and we'd like to do it like all the other boards and commissions and not have to go through that process where it's really not warranted. So I'll go through here and then I can, we have about 15 slides, and then I'll stand for any questions you might have.
And Patrick, because it's late, you might just go really fast.
I'm gonna go
without a
really
ton of
fast.
detail, because
Okay.
this-
These are all in our packet, right?
All in your packet.
So you don't have to read everything, just go.
Okay.
go
I'm
through.
just going to go through, police impact fee update. We had a little over $3 million balance forward, about $1.26 million worth of revenue. There was only $46,000 worth of expenditures, and that was designed for the third floor remodel for the traffic and the incident response area. And then with parks, balance forward is about almost $9 million. The revenue was 3.4, with expenditures of 1.491. Some of those items that were spent were for Lake Lowell Building HVAC upgrades, an F-250 truck, Parks and Rec master plan, and then also Design Midway Park Phase 2, Aura Brandt Splash Pad, and Dog Park 2 design construction started, and all that came out of there as well. Fire impact fee, fund balance forward was 2.1 million, revenue is 1.8 million, expenditures 1.1 million and some change. And all of those fee expenditures in 22 were for the design construction of Fire Station 6 located on Roosevelt. And here's a few, there's the original rendering. Here's the start of construction, footings, foundations. There's some aerial of it as well in January with the block going up. Streets impact fee, 8.1 million balance forward, revenue is 9.1 million. Expenditures, 6.3 million. And all of these projects in the first slide here, they add up to the 6.3 in this impact fee line right here. So, and most of these smaller amounts that were spent in FY22 were for right-of-way and for design services. And here's our original CIP for streets. And they recommended that we break out two of the larger projects into sub-projects in order to have more latitude for phasing and bidding of the projects. Water impact fee, since we've never had them before, there's no balance forward, only about $12,000 of revenue. Same thing with irrigation, only $45,000 worth of revenue as a new fee fund. Same thing with wastewater. So let's go through the 3 recommendations that the DIFAC, or the Development Impact Fee Committee, had. They recommend that we initiate an amendment to revise the dates of adopting annual inflation. Instead of going from January 1st, we would actually do it in the summer on July 1st. And we would base our increase on the ENR Construction Cost Index and the Producers Price Index. And we would use a year period that starts March 31st, or a year prior, and ends the March 31st of the same year of that July that we would do the increase. They also recommended that we move the member term from 2 to 4 years and pull those requirements out into boards and commissions in a different section of city code to avoid public hearings. And then we're going to present a impact fee study update proposal to the committee and have a workshop session with them so they can understand what they're getting with that. And those actions will be brought to City Council in May of 2023. So that is my staff report. So I'll stand for any questions.
You did that really well, really fast.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, do you have any questions?
Everything's in your packet, and if you have any questions, you know my number, just give me a call.
We'll see you in May.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Take care.
Appreciate that. Tom?
It's going to be short, he doesn't have any
Mayor,
documents.
council, everything is in your packet, and I wasn't going to verbalize any of it. It was just the streets and wastewater update. Any questions?
It's springtime, no more snow, so.
Right?
Did we get our snowplow fixed?
It has been fixed, yes. It's
Lightning
been fixed quite a few.
McLean?
Yeah, it's been fixed quite a few weeks ago, so.
Okay.
Yep.
That's great. Tom, thank you so much. We appreciate your work and the work of your team. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to new business at this time, and item 7.1 on the agenda is an action item. This is the appointment of Philip Nelson to an existing vacancy on the Airport Commission expiring December 31, 2027.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our next item, since we just completed 7.2, is 7.3 on the agenda. This is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for emergency procurement for heating, ventilation, and an air conditioning system for the wastewater treatment plant primary effluent pump station control building at an estimated cost of $131,311, not to exceed a cost of $135,000, including site work and electrical upgrades.
So move.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or question?
Madam Mayor, I have some questions on this. So I have a problem with this being an emergency. Maybe somebody can explain that to us about why it is an emergency. And if we have the other problem I have with, if you read the bid on page 198 in our packet, it gives a description of work. It talks about adding a new unit and adding some new ducting and then leaving an additional place for a fourth unit for future. To me, that just screams that it's not all about a new unit or a retrofit. It's about adding some new equipment. And I feel like for being good stewards of public money, we need to be transparent, and this should be public bid. Even though we have a service contract with RM. In his bid, it's a lump sum bid. There isn't any breakout of O&P, labor, material. So we don't even know if he's adhering to what the service contract says for labor rate. And I just feel like it's a way to push through getting a new system. And if it really does need additional units, then we should have an engineer involved so we're not doing this again in 2 years or 3 years.
So Mayor, Council Reynolds, so yeah, I appreciate your comments, and we did think about that, this being an emergency or not, and I guess it came down to, we know that summer's coming, maybe we have a little bit of time to bid, but we know that's gonna take some time. And this is pretty expensive equipment if we have a failure, and pretty catastrophic results if we lose some of our pumps at the wastewater plant. So, I would say we definitely have 2 weeks for us to delay this and then kind of discuss what you've brought up and get back with you.
Is the system not working currently at all?
Right, that's right.
So my other question is, and it doesn't matter now, but how come maintenance wasn't done on this equipment and all of a sudden it just failed? Because typically HVAC equipment, if it's maintained, doesn't just fail overnight. And so to me, it screams like no maintenance. And that's a problem for me. In our budget, we should be budgeting for that deferred maintenance. And then all of a sudden show up for an emergency.
Yeah. So definitely, emergency is never ideal. All I can say is that we do have an asset management program where we go through and we try to catch as much as we can. The wastewater environment is difficult on equipment. And with the gases that are generated through the process, wouldn't say it's a normal operation there at all. And in fact, we talked about the headworks at one of our last meetings and some of the gases we're seeing in that for our employees. So it's not quite the same, but I understand what you're saying, and we'll work on that.
Mayor Kling? Tom, as far as, is this an item that is readily available, or does it need to be ordered at this time? Is there a delay as far as getting the product in so that it can be installed before the summer months?
Right, and yes, Councilor Haverfield. So that's part of the issue as well, is a delay time getting the equipment and then doing the bidding process. You know, weeks will go by and then it's gonna start getting warm. So, like I said, I feel comfortable delaying it for 2 weeks. We can maybe have a little better answer for some of these questions, and with a recommendation, we can go back and talk to the team about it. But, I mean, we still do have a little bit of time, right? But it's a good question as well.
Yeah. Again, I know as far as on projects that I've worked on, that that delay can be 8 months to be able to get some HVAC equipment in. And so if they're more available now than they were 3 to 4 months ago, that's one thing. If you're going to be waiting on an item that might not come till the end of the summer, then that's too bad on us if we waited to be able to order it. So if you can't order it until we authorize your release of funds, that's, I guess, what I need to hear from you.
Well, I'll have an answer for you on that by the next meeting on that.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll pull my second.
Yeah, Mayor, yeah, and as Councilman Reynolds said, yeah, as far as more of a detailed breakdown as far as labor costs and so on.
Sure.
I mean, that's always preferential. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
So the motion that was on the table, do we need to
You
vote?
pulled it.
You
I pulled my
pulled your
second.
motion?
And I'll
Okay.
I pulled my second.
Who
and I'll
made the
pull my-
motion?
Yeah, I'm the one who made the motion. I will
Okay.
pull my motion.
And we're pulling the second.
And we'll review that, revisit this in 2 weeks.
Well, I need a motion to continue
So
this
moved.
to
Second.
the April 3rd meeting, I believe is the correct date.
Brian
The
needed to
next
say
council
something.
meeting, okay?
Thanks. I might be able to add a little clarity to this, some of the questions that have come up. So this started to show up on our radar late last fall, and we were trying to do some repair work on it. Some of the failures have occurred pretty rapidly and escalated quickly. We did bring engineering in and look at this. And in answer to your question, Councilman Reynolds, it is somewhat of a redesigned system. When you look at the system that is in there now, it is a extremely custom-built type of a system, very high-end system, something you might find in a computer room that is in a state of failure. The coils are not coated in that environment, and so they're failing. This building sits very close to the headworks, which is probably one of the worst areas out on the campus. And so it's been subject to a lot of the chemicals in the air that have led to the degradation. But when we looked at this, it's an extremely important building that houses all of the pumps that basically run the plant. And the pumps are run by electronic devices that are extremely heat sensitive. That's why there's cooling in this building. And there's only one unit in the building. And so when this was designed, it was designed with one piece of equipment, and we're seeing it fail right now. It's in a state of failure. And so we stepped back, looked at it, and took a different approach, trying to save taxpayer money, trying to do a little better job, I think, for the future, in that we thought we don't have any redundancy here. We have a single source of failure here, and it's in a state of failure, and this is probably one of the most important buildings on the campus. So what we came up with is, instead of replacing like for like, which would have been a custom-built, long lead item, extremely expensive, we stepped back and looked at it and said, let's look at equipment that's more readily available, that we can get parts here in the valley that anybody can work on, that is not that really expensive, and then let's add redundancy to the whole equipment as well. So that was kind of our approach when we went in. So what this effectively will do is it'll remove the failing piece of equipment that's in there and replace it with 3 other pieces of equipment, which combined give you the same cooling capacity as that one piece of equipment. Now, down the road, in the future, if we add any more equipment into the inside of the building that creates a higher heat load, we've built into this system the ability to add one more of these standalone pieces of equipment in there to increase it. Each one is a 5-ton unit. And so, you know, I think we've done our due diligence in looking at this. We've taken a whole different approach to this, simplified it greatly. We're putting a system in now that has coated coils, which will withstand the chemical environment out there much better, give us a longer life than what was put in there. And so I just wanted to give you a little more of the backstory on it, because there is a little more to it than just replacing something that's failing out there.
Madam Mayor, if I can respond to that a little bit. So I understand that there's a need for it, but if I want to, on my commercial building, add a new HVAC system and upgrade, at this point, I'm going to have an engineer to do it. They're going to make me do that in a manual J and all kinds of other stuff. And so I don't think that it's us being good stewards at all to not do that correctly. You know, if we got to hire a Musgrove or somebody to say, hey, this is a spec for this, it works. They do a lot of wastewater treatment plant stuff, and there's other engineers that do as well. This is what works for that building, then let's do that. And the equipment's becoming easier to get nowadays, and certainly we've seen from this last bid, the bids are freeing up. I'm seeing a lot more subcontractors bidding stuff where I could used to only get one number on something. I'm getting 8 to 10 numbers, and so I feel like you can. There's people that are getting hungry, and I feel like you could probably save some money here, and then also end up with a system that's going to be better for your needs and last for a longer period of time.
Thank you. Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, that's exactly what we did. So I appreciate that comment. We did hire an outside consulting engineer to go in because we are effectively redesigning the entire project. And so that is the design that we came up with through a mechanical engineer.
So you have done that?
Yes.
That's exactly what you
Yes.
did? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a mechanical engineer. I
Okay.
can't do that.
Okay.
So I know you're going to, so I've really a detailed explanation here for somebody who knows, there again, nothing about this HVAC system. So you're still not comfortable, Councilman Reynolds, as far as this process? So
I'm not comfortable with the emergency process of it. So if we're putting a brand new system in, and there's already a spec on it that you've come up with this engineer that you talk about, then that needs to be public bid. And myself as a public works licensed contractor, I would be upset to look at this and go, well, that's nice, they took a lump sum bid. Even if you do have a service contract, it's not transparent, and it's not, I don't agree with it at all. It's that bid, at the very least, should be broken out, that shows his hourly rate, that shows his overhead and profit, that shows his profit margin. I break all my bids out that way, every time Public Works, I have to. And a lot of times they'll throw your bid in the trash can if you don't. So to explain this to somebody that's gonna call me and ask about it as a councilman, I'm like, well, I don't know what they're doing. It was a lump sum bid. It's just a bad precedent to set. And I'm not saying that you don't need the system. I'm saying that the process is flawed, in my opinion, and we should go about it in a correct way that shows us being good stewards of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you for that,
And the
Councilman
open
Reynolds.
bidding process.
And, yeah, and I can only speak controls, HVAC, temperatures, things like that, for the space. I can't speak to the processes of the wastewater treatment plant. I leave that up to the professionals behind me, Tom. And they tell me that if we hit a certain temperature out there, that we stand a risk of shutting all those pumps down. And so, to me, that's pretty concerning. And I certainly wouldn't want to be the one being held responsible for holding up the show for that. So that's why I recommended that it would be declared as an emergent situation so that we could sole source and just get it done. There was some redesign work to it. The parts are more readily available, I get that, but we have some ductwork to build and some other things like that that we have to do to complete the system as well. And we don't know what the weather's gonna look like 3 weeks from now. And I just would not want to be the one that takes the chance on that, and we have a major problem out there. So that was why I made the recommendation.
So it's my understanding that we did go ahead and have a motion on the table. We have had a second. We're in the midst of discussion.
Right.
So, and that motion was to continue this to the next council meeting.
And
So-
Mayor, I just wonder, the benefit in continuing this, is this going to, how is it going to benefit another 2 weeks? What's going to happen?
Madam Mayor, at the very least, it would allow what Tom volunteered, which I appreciate, Tom, some transparency, and maybe a bid breakout and some answers to some of these questions.
And wait, so if you
And-
can get
and
a bid breakout, but there again, I do not want to take a chance of spending millions of dollars if this.
The more expensive
You
failure.
you seem confident that's not going to
Yeah,
be the case.
That's not going to be the case.
Okay.
And I appreciate Tom's willingness to provide some transparency and openness to this process. I think that's important.
So I have a question. If you chose to go out to bid on this, what would it take to get bid documents so we could go out to bid? How long would that take?
I would expect bid documents for something like this. We've done a lot of the work already, but to compile everything, it would take us probably 2 or 3 weeks at least to put everything together. We would not have to advertise, so that would at least give us a little bit of a shortcut. We would reach out to a number of bidders, and the bid process is over a couple of weeks period of time for walkthrough, question and answer, things like that. And so it's going to definitely be putting us close to June probably by the time we start to see anything happen out there. And again, that's why I was concerned. We saw temperatures last fall when we started to notice things going wrong. It wasn't that warm outside, but the inside temperature of the room, because of the heat of the variable speed drives was so high, it was concerning. And that's why we set about trying to find a better way to do this.
Are there options for temporary cooling that room, if need be?
No.
There are?
That was
Okay.
one thing we explored also. If we had a catastrophic failure, my question was, do you have a cooling unit with a generator that you can pull over here on a trailer and get cooling going in here right now if it's that critical? And the answer was no. We would have to bring something in from somewhere else.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So how come this wasn't addressed last fall when you knew you had an issue? That would have put us out of this emergency declaration issue that causes us problems, as far as I'm concerned, with the public perception.
Yeah, we went through a series of trying to fix things first, using our contractor. I guess in short, what we're saying is the evaporator coil, which is the coil inside of the fan, and then the condenser coils outside, which is the air conditioning unit, because they're not coated, they're starting to get pinhole leaks all over in them. And we were able to fix some of the leaks, and we thought we were going to be able to keep things going. But they've developed so much faster and in locations where we couldn't fix them at all that it escalated.
And a follow-up, Madam Mayor, do you store chlorine in that room? So if there's chlorine or bromine, it'll just eat your coils in no time. So that's a big no-no also. There could be that there's other outdoor air, chlorine in the air, whatever, that's causing your outdoor coil problems. But anyway, like I said, I'm not arguing the fact that it doesn't need it. I'm just saying that the process to me is not transparent.
Mayor Kling? I'm going to pull my second again. So I'll leave it back to Darrell if he wants to maintain his motion to get us a different second. I think timing's important.
I agree.
Well, I'll pull my motion, but, my main, I think it doesn't make sense to go out to bid. There again, live and learn. I guess we're doing a lot of that tonight, in my estimation. But if there's something as far as seeing the breakdown, I mean, is that something, do we have to wait 2 weeks? Can we see the breakdown of this, of whatever the name of this mechanical is? See their breakdown within the next couple, 3 days?
I can definitely work that out.
Okay. And so, I guess if we can see that, and then we can go ahead and like I said, I trust. And I know Councilman Reynolds knows his stuff, so I repeat, hopefully we live and learn. But I won't be voting in 2 weeks from now for a rebid. But I do want to make sure that that this company is held accountable and is showing what they're doing. So my bid is that we still go ahead and revisit it 2 weeks from now, but with a no bid process.
would
I think
second.
Randy pulled,
I pulled a second.
he pulled a second, so you're moving
new
that
bid.
it's a continuance to the next meeting, which is what the motion was, to look at the numbers, and I'm
And I
hearing,
would second that.
okay. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we
Patrick's up here, yeah.
continue this particular item to the next meeting and to come back with some better numbers. Patrick?
If we're going to do that, or Mayor, if we're going to propose that, and at the end of 2 weeks, we also propose that we're going to go out to bid, we've lost 2 weeks. And so I'm thinking if the end result of getting the numbers is still we're going to go bid it, then we better go do it tomorrow.
I would agree with
We
that.
need to call the consultant, get it done as soon as possible, get it, and then cross our fingers that the inside of that room does not, go up. It's going to take us 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks just to get out to bid. 3 weeks out to bid, a week and a half to, hopefully we had a council meeting, then they have to order the equipment. I mean, we're going to be into May, end of
So,
May.
one of the things I'm thinking, I really appreciate Councilman Reynolds' comments. I think we're learning tonight on a couple of areas. One of the areas is we need to possibly bring council in earlier on certain items. Like if we, during that course, this is just lesson learned, to possibly take into consideration, let's say, these comments tonight about looking how to bid things. I think that's really, it's about bidding, it's about transparency, it's getting the alternate bids, it's about making sure that the process is transparent and fair. And that we do, like in this case, in the ideal world, we would have gone out to bid. However, from my perspective right now, we are where we are. Good lessons learned, but $135,000 in the scope of the risk to millions of damage. If that room gets hot, it could cost us a whole lot more than that. We could save a few $1,000s. It could be $10,000, but there's a risk, right? There's a risk to what we're doing, and that's the concern I have. If we save 10 or 20,000 in the scope of things, what are we risking if it gets hot in that room and we actually reduce the longevity of the equipment because we've stressed it due to heat? Is there a risk of that? I don't know. The key is we get it done right? We want to do it right. And so I guess my question is, why are we waiting 2 weeks at this point? Because we know we need to get the work done. We know we need the bids coming back. If we don't like what we see or we question what we see, what are we going to do then? I think there's a good lesson learned tonight of what we need to do, and I really appreciate Councilman Reynolds' comments. But what are we going to gain by waiting 2 weeks? I think we need to get the work done. Because if we're not going to go out to bid, we're going to get the transparency, which we should get, but I'm not sure what we're going to gain.
Mayor,
Other than delayed by 2
I'll pull my
weeks.
motion and allow someone else to make a motion.
It's just a question.
Hold on a second.
Jacob?
I just feel like everything's bid, right? So is this just a unique case where it's
It's because it's an emergency. And that's why they
So if it's not a
bypassed
bid,
it.
who chose, who made that decision?
How did you choose the company that you chose to do this work?
Mayor, they are, through a captured contract, they are the city's service provider citywide. And we have a captured contract with them that locks in their pricing for work such as this. Yeah, and they're the most familiar with the locations because they go out and change filters and things like that on them.
But they are the same people that worked on it that could not repair it?
Yes, that's true. It's failing to the point to where nobody can repair it.
Okay.
And so, let me step back and say, one of the things we looked at last fall was replacing the components that were actually failing. The coils, that they're failing. But then we go back again to these proprietary pieces of equipment that are essentially custom built for this application, and the long lead times to get them. And so there's a lot of other things that kind of fed into this whole thing that led us to want to just get away from that proprietary nature completely and go to something that's a little bit easier to work with and more functional for anybody that we want to have work on it.
And the coating on the coils, because evidently the current coils are not. Is that correct?
The current coils are not, and we went back on the original documentation to make sure that there wasn't something missed, and they weren't supposed to be coated, so, there wasn't anything missed there.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
Mhm.
I'm concerned about this one. I understand where Councilman Reynolds is coming from, but we're up against a brick wall here. So tell me, as a homeowner, how would this affect me?
As a homeowner, I would like to think it probably wouldn't be as critical, but that depends on how cool you like your home, I guess, too.
Oh.
If it's summertime.
Oh, I
But-
see.
But, yeah, this is a very unique application, and we don't usually like to come declaring emergencies. This is something that we tried to head off. We probably waited too long. But, if we did, that's on us. Here we are. But in consulting with Tom and his great staff that are out there, and educating me on what happens in that building and what an important piece of that plant is, and then bringing our outside mechanical engineer in place to really break it down from a high level all the way down to what do we really need to do. This is why we're concerned. And, could we say we don't need an emergency declaration? Sure, we could probably say that, but we're running a risk. By the time we go through a whole bid process and put it out, maybe we'll make it. But I don't want to be that one that made that decision.
Well, so if we was to pass this now, when could you start the project? When can you start getting it done?
If you pass this tonight, I'll be in contact with our contractor tomorrow to let them know that it was approved, and then we'll start putting a schedule together immediately.
Oh, I see. But if you waited until June,
Right.
what would that do? Just same thing. Start all over again, okay.
And Mayor, and as far as the supplies, as far as the units and so on, has this RM Mechanical told you how long it would take to get the parts?
I have not heard that, but my understanding is this equipment is very common equipment, and Councilman Reynolds could probably speak to that, which was part of the approach that we wanted to take, so that we could get something more or less off the shelf.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'm willing to make another motion. It is just basically the same motion that Councilman Brunner made, although I will add that it's to authorize you to sign the resolution for emergency procurement for this system as defined in our packet with a not-to-exceed number of $131,311.
$131,311.
Yeah. It was $121,311 plus the $10,000 for additional electrical and site work.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Oh, boy. I'm going to go, oh, boy. Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Bauer.
No.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and get the breakdown and be transparent with council on how it all worked out and trust that this is a project that's going to keep us running for a long time.
Yeah, if they want to go lower than 131, that's fine.
Not to exceed.
Patrick, before you leave, we have another item, so don't leave yet. Okay, we're going to move to 7.4. This is continued from the March 6th meeting. This is to authorize the mayor and Public Works. No, this isn't yours, so I think you may be okay, but just to be careful. I thought this was a different one, but So authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order with JUB Engineers to provide survey, design, and bidding services for the Asset Management Zone C Sherman Elementary Fire Flow Upgrade Project in the amount of $108,612.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I know we went over this last time. We had them continue this to tonight. The packet clearly defines the current fire flow potential of that system, which is not the 1,500 gallons per minute as needed. So the system upgrades, I believe, are warranted, and I would make a motion to authorize you to, and the Public Works Director to sign this task order as presented with a time of materials not to exceed $108,612.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions?
I will state that even though it wasn't mentioned, the contract as Exhibit B indicated that it was a not-to-exceed number of $108,612.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Lauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.5 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between the City of Nampa, Nampa Highway District 1, and Ada County Highway District for the design phase of the Franklin Road and McDermott Road intersection project. Would you like Tom to speak to this one?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes, I just found the answer to my question.
Lauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so this next one is an action item, and this is to authorize the Public Works to proceed with either the bowl or the mayor and full design at the Idaho Center Boulevard and Cherry Lane Roundabout artwork at the estimated cost of $45,000. And it's just not a matter of the $45,000, but it's with input on which one you want there. And it has been approved in the budget.
So Mayor and Council, Crystal Craig is on remote, and she was going to present this, so I'll just sit down and be available for questions.
You say she is on?
She's
Yeah,
on
she is
Teams.
on, yeah.
So is there a mayor, and and I'll ask Crystal the question, is there some reason, I realize this is not a great amount in comparison to so many other projects, but is there some reason why a private entity can't go ahead and do this?
It
for
is
us?
an art, it is a local
I'm talking about
artist.
paying for it.
Oh, I see.
I'm not talking about, I think,
Well, we typically don't have private entities
No,
fund our roundabouts.
well, I'm talking about,
that-
this is a fixture, though, that's in the design. It has nothing to do with the infrastructure of a roundabout.
So,
I mean, artwork is great, but
Let me
there
answer
again.
that, and Crystal may want to elaborate some, but, so before Nampa Highway District started this trend, if you remember, they've built a lot of these, and they did the cost-benefit analysis of doing a landscape surface versus doing some sort of art, and it was, in the long run, it's cheaper to do
It's
the art.
cheaper to not maintain the landscape
Right.
surface.
And it's safer too, because you don't have people in there doing.
Yeah, I just thinking the rodeo board would love to pay for this, but, okay, thanks. All right.
Crystal, what would you like to share with us? As you know, we're running late and ready to move
Yeah.
forward, so.
Absolutely. Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the flexibility for allowing me to do this virtually. I had an unexpected family emergency that pulled me out of state. So as Tom stated before, Nampa Highway District has done a cost benefit analysis on putting art versus any form of landscaping in the center of roundabouts, and they have found that art not only being well received by the public, it is generally cheaper in the long run, that we don't have to maintain it. So this is our first proposal for having art in a roundabout constructed by the City of Nampa. And Councilman Brunner, to answer your question, we may look into options where private entities can sponsor a sculpture in the center of art in the future. This is just our first attempt, so we're starting slow, and then we will aim big. So I'm here to propose two different pieces of art to you today. This is the roundabout at Idaho Center and Cherry Boulevard, or Idaho Center Boulevard and Cherry. So this is about 1 mile north of the Ford Idaho Center. We hired a local artist. His name is Ken McCall. So we supported local here to come up with a rodeo or horse themed artwork for us. And he gave us 2 different renderings. And so at the end of this, I would like to ask the council to recommend one of the renderings. The budget, the sideboards that we gave them was an all-in cost of $45,000. That includes the cost of design, fabrication, delivery, and installation by the end of this. So diving right in, the first one is what we're calling the Nampa Bull. I've got a few different pictures of it from different angles. I will put a big caveat on all of these that these are just renderings and they can be tweaked before fabrication. Some of the things specifically about the bull that we requested if we went with that to be changed was taking off the points of the horns so that it is less of a hazard, as well as maybe retweaking the tail and the ears. So this bull was really meant to capture the strength and the tenacity and the energy that a rodeo bull can have. They used what's called a cordon steel. So basically it rusts this color and it's very, very little maintenance.
Okay, Mayor, I'm sorry, Crystal, I'm interrupt just because of the lateness, so since I kind of took a little time. So I'm going to make a motion here if that's okay. Because the horses are probably made out of the same material, right?
They are, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to authorize the Public Works to proceed with the Nampa Bull. I will vote for the bull. And for full design for the Idaho Center Boulevard Cherry Lane roundabout artwork at the estimated cost of $45,000.
Okay, with no second, that motion fails.
I'll second it.
Jacob seconded it.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes, Mayor.
Crystal, what kind of response did you get from others? Because I think that was is that the next piece of your presentation was what the general?
If she can go with that, that's fine, Mayor.
I'm curious. So go ahead and talk about.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you for that. I did speak with the Snake River Stampede and the Horse Park Foundation. They expressed a preference for the mare and foal option. They felt the bull may be a little bit menacing and the mare and foal better captured the horse park and the essence of the Snake River Stampede and the rodeos. We also presented to the NDC and they also had a preference for the mare and foal option over the bull for very similar reasons.
When did we talk about that?
It's been a couple of weeks.
Has it been a while? Yeah.
Mayor, the image of the mare and foal was different in the sketch. They weren't both going in the same direction. There was actually a little bit more of width as far as on the mare and foal. The conversation about the bull is that it definitely would be a selfie image that people would be jumping out of their cars to go get pictures next to, which could be a distraction. But I think from my standpoint, the mare and the foal speaks more to the family-friendly aspect of the stampede with, unless it was a goat or a lamb that they're shooting across. But I kind of liked the horses versus the bull myself.
My wife wants the horses.
Well,
And can you go back to the pictures?
If you want to be family,
Crystal?
we'll go with the sheep, because that's what the kids do, so.
Mutton busting.
Okay, so Councilman Reynolds, I think you were next.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would vote for the mare and foal. I remember at the rodeo, the announcer, what was his name, Boyd? And they had the mare and foal come out in the arena, and it was a pretty powerful moment. And that, I think it really rings a bell with citizens in Nampa. It's a big part of our history.
And I think my understanding is they can help the face on the mare be more feminine, and maybe we'll consider the pokiness of the grass coming out for any danger. Anyway, so.
Mayor, I just have one question.
Okay.
So how are we funding this?
It's part of the cost of the overall project.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
We're not, money's not going to come out of people's pockets to pay for this.
It's roundabout is going to,
Well, I know, but.
Mayor Council Rodriguez, it's part of the roundabout budget.
Okay.
It's impact fees and some city dollars.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe,
I pulled my motion.
okay, Darrell pulled his
He already
motion.
pulled his second, I think.
He did. So is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would move that we go with the mare and foal design.
Second.
Okay, and is that to authorize Public Works to proceed with the mayor
Yes,
at an estimated cost of $45,000?
yes.
Okay? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
No, I just wanted a picture of you, Mayor, on the bowl. Guess that's not going to happen.
I don't think so, yeah. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.7 is an action item. This is to authorize Public Works. And by the way, Crystal, thank you. I'm so sorry that you waited so long and that you're still on when you're out of town and this late. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is an action item to authorize Public Works to advertise and proceed with request for qualifications, which is the RFQ process, in order to create the new qualified hiring roster for city projects for fiscal year 24-25 with an option to add 26. We've gone through this same process. We're just at the end of the last one, time to move forward with the next one.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The last action item is to authorize the Facilities Development to proceed with the informal bidding process for the Nampa Senior Center flooring project. This was put under new business because it was part of the FY budget, 23 budget amendment.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Was there a comment or just, you were just going to move? Yep. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We're going to move to unfinished business, and I think we've got 4 ordinances. So I'll go ahead and say it on each one, but it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. The first one is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6 and RD zoning districts for 7 Maples Ranch subdivision at 3000 Southside Boulevard, 3204 and 3303 East Oklahoma Avenue.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 3000 Southside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, county parcels R21157, R21156, R21158, R29093, and R2115601, comprising approximately 43.048 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6. Single-family residential, and RD two-family residential, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RS6 single-family residential and RD two-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to residential duplex at 00 and 1121 Southside Boulevard for Century Engineers representing Francis Pierce, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 001121 Southside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, county parcels R32307, R32308, R3230701, comprising approximately 3.39 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RD two-family residential duplex, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RD two-family residential duplex on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this is passed under the suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds, Rodriguez. Rodriguez. He was talking. Reynolds. All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.3 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for the development agreement modification, ordinance 4582, to specify land uses permitted in the industrial professional zoning district for Fuller 84 Business Park, addressed at 5350 and 5300 East Franklin Road. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, approving the second modified development agreement with F84 Portfolio Owner LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, and RE2 Industrial 7 LLC, a Colorado limited liability company, modifying the development agreement and modified development agreement contained in Napa City ordinances number 3997 and number 4582 to amend and restate the agreements as contained in the second modified development agreement and clarify uses and dimensional standards applicable to the subject property, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our last item is action item 9.4. It's the first reading of ordinance for the vacation of a .861 acre portion of an existing utility easement at 1510 North Happy Valley Road for Gardner Napa Gateway LC. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 50-foot by 483.8-foot, .555 acres portion of a public utility easement located on the property generally described as 1510 Happy Valley Road, located in the north half of the southwest one-fourth of Section 18, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, more particularly described below, in Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our action items for tonight's city council meeting. I would stand for a motion to adjourn.